I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and see side lights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got a condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be a boss, you'd be my muse.
That always makes me laugh. Good morning, everybody. Good day, wherever you are. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama, talking trash and truths. And this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. And that's me. First off, good morning, T-Rex. Yeah, he said first. Oh, yeah, baby. T-Rex, with your luck, being first won't bring you any joy. We'll see. Winning updated the intro with the new avatar. Yes, he did. He did. He wanted to give Connor his due, so he updated that. And he makes sure that I update it across all the platforms. Good day, cool gamer. Hello to you. It is Wednesday. God, how did we get to Wednesday? It's already December. It's December 6th. And it is 8:07 a.m. I had planned to start at 8 a.m., but if you read my screen, it says sometimes StreamYard sucks. You know, I do alliterations even when I'm not even trying. I don't know what it is. It's some weirdism that I know I have. I've always done alliterations. But today, I signed into StreamYard and it wouldn't let me do anything. It said I had no camera. It said I had no mic. And I'm like, it says the freaking mic right there. It wouldn't let me click on anything. I was like, I restarted StreamYard like 10 times. I was just getting so aggravated. So I just rebooted the whole system, came back and said, nope. And I did it again. And now it works. So we'll see. If you lose me at some point, it's not me. It's StreamYard being a dick. Rabbit, good day. Good day, Rabbit. I thought about you a lot yesterday. Congratulations, Rabbit, on winning trivia last night at the Experts. That was fun. It was just really, it was a good time last night. Some of those questions, I was like, wait, what? Like some were hard. I was like, all right, the White Rabbit is really like digging for these. Like, all right, she said they get tough, but she didn't say they got that tough. One of them, Expert, couldn't even read all the way through. T-Rex said, hey, Shelly, can you turn your mic down a little? It's peaking a bit. Sure, I can. Let's push you away a little bit. Is that better, T-Rex? Is that better? Does that come across better? Turn it down even more. Let me know. I know that there's a delay, but it is what it is. Alrighty. So today, the topic is social withdrawal self-defense. And I kind of didn't know what to talk about, but I figured, I've been waking up, and if I don't feel good, I don't do the show, and that's not fair to you guys, and it's not fair to me either, because I have a lot of things to get out of my brain, which is probably why I'm in the state I'm in today. Thank you, Rabbit. But I was thinking about withdrawal. I tend to do this where if I don't feel good or I'm not in the right headspace, no pun intended, I crawl back into my shell, and that's where I stay. Rabbit said I was totally under cold meds. Then you should always play trivia under cold meds because you were on fire. You got 25 of them correct. And I was just like, okay, because I did not do well at all. I mean, I think I was like number 6 or something, which is the highest I've been in like probably 6 months. I've been doing terrible on experts trivia. It's absolutely terrible. Usually I have somebody that I'm talking to, when I'm doing it, and they make me laugh, and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Like, I'm not thinking, I'm just hitting buttons. Because I don't know, it's funnier to listen to them bitch about the questions, and I can't believe I got that wrong, than getting them right myself. I don't care. And it makes me laugh. T-Rex said Shelly Seashell sounds like the make of a new show you should start. How about now? No. There will be no new shows. I'm barely able to get to this one at this point. Rabbit said, I just remember cute puppy outfits. Oh my God, the outfits were so cute. So cute. Rabbit, between you and I, we gave a nice big chunk to the puppy kitten fund that we're trying to, we've been pushing, you and I, for months on the expert, because he needs to get that woman another puppy or get her a kitty, something. Obviously, she wants more cuddly things, so either become that or get it for her, because, women have needs. And if you don't get her a puppy, she's going to wander into somebody else's yard and play with their puppy. So, be preemptive. Yeah. I'm kidding. The White Rabbit would never go play with the strange dog, would she? Yes, she would. She actually took one into her car, which is something I would totally do. But anyway, Rabbit said Maine Coon cat. Yeah, she needs a big one, because with those dogs, she needs a cat that can fend for itself. She really does. Because blue and brown dog are kind of on the big side. I would definitely not suggest a cat that stays small. No, get one that turns into like a little horse. That's fine. T-Rex, tangent time. I think Kyle Rittenhouse's sister just sounds kind of jealous of the fans his brother got, but I fell asleep about halfway into V's show. V's show was actually really, really good, and it was very difficult to concentrate on 2 shows at once, because I had V running in one ear, and I had Ricada running in the other, because Ricada had Rittenhouse on his show, and V had Faith Rittenhouse on his. But V started an hour earlier, an hour and 15 minutes, because Nick is always late and gay, and he was so gay that night. He was like 15, 20 minutes late. I was like, where the hell is he? So no, I was listening to both of them, and it just sounds like typical family drama. Like, the kid said something that he shouldn't have. He put it in a book. He discussed other people's lives when he shouldn't have. But guess what? I do that all the time on here. All the time. So I can't really fault him for that. I mean, did he throw his family under the bus in writing? Yep, sure did. Sure did. But he's also, 19, 20? I know he's not legal drinking age yet, because otherwise he would have been drinking right next to Nick. But he's a kid. He's easily influenced. These publishers, or whoever, got him to write the book and helped him, because there's no way he did it on his own, 100%. I'm sure they gave him talking points. Because you don't just wake up one day and then just verbatim, just off the top of your head, you're just gonna, all right, I'm gonna recount my entire life, and I'm gonna write it all out, and I'm gonna do it all by myself, and here's a book. It doesn't happen like that. People think you sit down, you're like, let me just start writing a book, and you just chapter 1. No, there's planning involved, especially in a professional book. if it's going to be professionally published. So they're going to go through the whole rigmarole of what do we want to include. They're going to go through an outline. And because he's a kid, they're probably going to make it as easy as possible for him. Basically, like just, it's like fill in the blank. Here, talk here, talk here, talk here, talk here. We'll edit it into something, that we can print out, and there you go. Do I think the kid put a lot of work into it for a 19, 20-year-old? Yeah, I think to him it's going to be a lot of work. Because he doesn't have his own family yet. He doesn't have his own kids yet. Once you learn how to manage a job and family and friends, and then you decide to write a book, then you'll convince me you actually put work in. Until then, no. It's Amber L. Oh, hello, Amber. Amber said social withdrawal. Who would ever withdraw socially? Yes, I only read the title, still catching up with what's going on. Yeah, no, this is one of those ones where it's like, okay, life is too much, and I'm going to take a step back. And I'm trying to avoid that, so we're going to talk about it. Sean D. Sarcasm. Imagine being a hero for manslaughter. Now. I don't consider him a hero. I just consider him somebody that something happened to, that also did something in a time that was very tumultuous. I think he got his, like whatever because of the trial. I mean, it was, it was supposedly a miscarriage of justice as it was going on. I don't know all the details because I really wasn't interested. I didn't watch Rekieta when he did Rittenhouse. I know that's what he's like famous for, and I never went back and looked because time is of the essence, and I just don't give a shit. I mean, to put it like frankly, I didn't care. It doesn't interest me. But what does interest me is the fact that the kid is like 19, 20 years old, and people are expecting him to be mature in the things he says and does. And that's just not going to happen. I don't care how much you've been through. You're stupid at that age. It's the one thing that friggin' Harris ever said that I agreed with. They're kids that age, they're stupid. They think they know everything and they know nothing. I'm 49 years old. I still know nothing. Okay. I'm learning. I learn every day, but comparatively speaking, I know nothing. T-Rex, not me withdrawing socially Monday when I let's say fucked up with the truck yesterday. I didn't even tell my parents until after it was over, and it was mostly dealt with. I'm trying to correct your typos as I'm reading them. So just, yeah, there you go. Dealt with. 19 to 20 knows nothing, Sean. Absolutely. Absolutely. So they're easily pliable. They're like silly putty. Anybody can come along and let me just stretch you and get you to do whatever I want you to do. They don't know the difference. Amber, I don't ever just entirely disappear from the internet with no explanation for months at a time. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, not at all. And I tell her, do me a favor, I worry. Could you just drop an emoji in Discord? Like, that's all you got to do. But you know what? I feel for you because I do the same thing. T-Rex, the first step to true wisdom is admitting you know nothing. There you go. I am so freaking wise because I don't know shit. I come up here and I talk to you guys, and it's not about what I know, quote unquote, know. It's what I think I know. It's my take. It's my opinion. It's my experience, my observations. So everything that I have rattling around in my brain just comes flowing out of my mouth. Volstorm, apparently I knew more at 19 than I know now. Well, I know I did, because at 19 I knew it all. Not one teacher could tell me something new, not a cop, not anybody. Like, I was the shit. I don't know what happened to that girl. She just, everything in her head just went. T-Rex Volstorm, what's up, my friend? Sean, nothing is impossible unless you can't do it. That's right. See, look at how simple that line of thinking is. It's just, it's a thing of beauty. It really is. Because not for nothing, that's where we all live. Like we all live in that, oh, I know. I don't know shit. You're just trying. You're just trying to get through the day. You're trying to keep friends and keep relationships going and keep your job and pay your bills. Like that's what we're doing. This whole, like the whole trial thing, that was a phenomenon, I heard. Nobody had really gone over trials like that, like the way Nick was with the humor and everything else. And I mean, that's typical in Nick. He likes to be the first to do things. T-Rex, wait, I'm not the smartest one in the room unless I'm with Shelly or winning. Huh. You might want to rephrase that because I'm about to ban you. I don't care if you're a mod. I'm not the smartest one in the room unless I'm with Shelly or winning. You know what? Winning's probably listening, and if he's not, he should be, because I want him to have heard that. There you go. Go get him. Go get him, Winning. T-Rex said it. He said he's smarter than you. Amber, everything is possible unless there's something you can't do. Yeah. Yeah, that too. See, I just love the way you twist and turn it and it comes out the same. Listen, there's so much I don't know and so much that I think I know and wind up wrong. Like, all right, like T-Rex brought up winning. He always says, I'd rather know the truth than be right. And while I would love to be on board with that, I'd kind of rather be right. But it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Sometimes I want to be right. Sometimes I just rather know the truth. I've gotten to a point in my life where sometimes knowing the truth it's not worth it for some things, only because there's nothing but pain with it. So I just rather not know, because I do believe that ignorance is bliss. Right now, my brain is so overloaded, I don't want to know anything else. I don't. Personal stuff, yeah, but like, well, that's not true. That's a fucking lie. Because every day I want to learn. I do. And I've always been like that. I'm just kind of like, yeah, I want to, but yeah, whatever. Like, about it. Once I thought I was wrong, but it turns out I was mistaken. Shut up, Sean. T-Rex, you misread it. Wait, I'm not the smartest one in the room. Unless I'm with Shelly or winning. Obviously, it was sarcasm because I'm a dummy. You're a dummy for saying it about him. I'll be very nice about it. Winning might not. Once I thought I was right, but it turns out I was left. Oh, bite your tongue. You bite your tongue. Do not go liberal. Yeah, no, I wanted to talk about withdrawal today because I've been doing that. I do that here. I do it with my friends. I do it with my real life friends. Rabbit said I'm slow. Meds are kicking in. So I might fall asleep. Honey, you take care of you. I hope you feel better. You've been through a lot. And, that's one of the things this today has to do with, like, when you're overloaded, when you're overwhelmed emotionally or whatever, when your mind just, it can't settle or it's dealing with too much, it manifests itself physically. You feel the physical symptoms of that. If your mind is sick, your body's going to follow. Because you're not listening to your head. You're going, I can deal with it. I can deal with it. I can deal with it. And your body's going, no, no. See, you're going to slow down or I'm going to make you. And it does. It will stop you in your tracks and be like, no, see, you need to settle. You need to withdraw a little bit. You need to rest. Let's find some peace, organize our thoughts, and then we'll get back in the game. That's how it's supposed to work. It doesn't always. Sometimes you stop, you pause for a minute because your body's like, no, bitch, slow down. And you can't restart. Oh, Sean, he called me Trish. He knows that makes me so happy. It's so weird that he came up with that to aggravate the shit out of me, and now it's like a term of endearment. The fact that I even like adore Sean is just, it boggles my mind. So see, even what you know, you don't know. Because I just knew that I couldn't stand him in the beginning, and now I miss him. It's so sad. There's something wrong with me. T-Rex, you're still misunderstanding the way I'm writing it. I'm saying I'm usually the smartest one in the room unless I'm with you and Shelly. That's not how it came out, bro. Grammar is a thing. And besides which, I'm fucking with you, T-Rex. I mean, that's what I do. Jesus. I love to, because he's probably sitting there going, no, this is not what I said. Shelly, that's not what I said. Sean, why can't we taste our tongue, and why doesn't glue stick to the inside of the bottle? Things that keep me up at night. Well, thanks, because that'll freaking keep me up at night. I mean, maybe not like, why can't we taste our tongue? See, now I don't know. He said, no, we get it, T-Rex. You're saying Shelly is dumb. That's exactly what he was saying. Thank you for backing me up, Sean. That's fine. Not just that I'm dumb, that winning is dumb. You hear that winning? You're dumb. Oh, T-Rex said it. Go get him. Don't forget, he likes to take people off. LOL, I didn't do it to aggravate you. A nickname for me is a term of endearment. Now, in the beginning, that was not what it was. Do you even remember why you called me Trish? Because they were like so freaking mad. There was a Trish, and there was a Tish, and there was Vicky, and there was me, and we all like ran around, and you just couldn't keep it straight. Well, it was fun checking in with you all. I got to get back to work later, you hooligans. Aw, all right, bye, Sean. Have a good day. Sean D. Sarcasm, your trolling and meme stream last Friday was chef's kiss. Amber, all right. How real are we getting here? Because I can speak on withdrawing for sure. Sean D. Sarcasm. In the beginning, it was as well. I absolutely remember. And I love that you think I did to aggravate you. Well, you did troll us asking questions, and then you stayed because we actually answered them. Because when we're all together, there's nothing that we won't answer. And you came up with some weird questions like, what's your take on Bigfoot and stuff like that? It was like, oh, okay. The first thing Sean said to me was, fuck you, Amber, I think. Yeah, well, that sounds like him. It does. I mean, that's just who he is. Amber, we're gonna get real, I guess, on the withdrawal thing. Because here's where I'm at. When I worked in the schools, I had this, how do I say this without sounding really conceited? I can't. I was like the queen. Shelly the troll. It was just like the rest of us, though. She wouldn't admit. I never said I wasn't a troll. I never said that. You'll see what she does to me all the time. All the time. Aww. It's like, time waits for no man. Hi, Amelia Sparkles. Good day. How are you? Anyway, yes, I am a troll. You don't like it? And we don't call it trolling in my house. We call it instigating. I'm an instigator. That's what I do. It is what it is. Anyway, when I worked in the schools, I was kind of like a queen. I sat in my chair in the morning when I got in, and I always got in early. And very quickly, they would file into my classroom, teacher after teacher after teacher. And I'm just sitting at the desk doing whatever, getting ready for my day. And they would just circle me. And they'd just stand or sit or, like plop to the floor in a semicircle around me and just talk at me. And all of them just da, 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 da. And if I said something, it was always funny. And it was, hugs for Shelly every day. And what does Shelly think? And Shelly knows the answer, and bring it to Shelly. And I was used to that. I was used to the constant freaking barrage of people just Shelly. Just, they were always coming to me, asking me questions, asking me for favors, asking me to do stuff, whatever. But it was always, I didn't have to go to anybody. I didn't have to call anybody, even after school. I didn't have to call anybody. I didn't have to go looking for anybody. If I was there, my phone was going off, people were coming in. They always came to me. And that was just in the school. But that's been my whole life. Like I've never been good at reaching out to other people. I'll answer depending on like where I'm at. But it doesn't mean I could answer you in 2 minutes. I could answer you in 2 months. It depends on what I'm feeling at the moment. And it has nothing to do with the other person, ever. It really doesn't. Amber said, being at the top gets exhausting fast. I should know I'm the best at everything. Amelia Sparkle said, nice to see you and everyone. It's very nice to see you here. Welcome. Make yourself at home because we're probably going to get into like the nitty gritty at some point. I don't know. My brain hasn't exactly been on the rails lately. Poor Winning. Every time he tells me something, I'm like, did you tell me that? And he's like, really? I think I can't remember because I'm having a lot of memory issues as of late. Life can get very overwhelming. It can get very overwhelming. And when you're somebody like me who's not used to, or not good at, I should say, reaching out or answering when I'm feeling vulnerable, it can get really lonely and really isolating. And you could become somebody that you never thought you could be. I was always engaged, in life. I was the one that you could call me at 2 a.m. and be like, do you want it? Yeah, let's go. Like, you didn't have to finish the thought. I was ready. You want to go for a drive? Let's go for a drive. Want to go for a walk? We'll go for a walk. I don't give a fuck. Like, let's do something. And damn pandemic hit and everything kind of just stalled. And I started getting like so much more anxiety than I had before. I wouldn't answer my door. I didn't even like answering the phone. I had mail that came that would just pile up and I would never open it. I would physically retreat from the pile of mail. You could chase me with a goddamn envelope from PSE&G because I could not face it. My head was going in so many different directions with all this new information I'm getting, and I'm locked away, and I got these 2 kids and they're driving me crazy and they're asking me questions I don't have answers to, which for me is the most frustrating part because they're, what's going on? I'm afraid I'm this. All I can say is, no, it's fine. Like, I'm literally just lying to them because I don't know. I'm being lied to. I'm telling them the lies that I know, thinking it's the truth. And I'm in that whole liberal mindset and I'm in my feelings. And I'm in my anxiety. My anxiety is growing and the depression is growing. And how did that affect me? It made me not interested in anything. I didn't want to leave my house. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I was glued to the TV and that number that would scroll over and over and over, the death count. And I couldn't deal. And then, there was, all the presidential stuff going on because I'm trying to not use trigger words. There was all the, political stuff going on. And then there was like so much violence everywhere I turned. All I saw was violence and hatred and ugliness. And I just didn't want to be a part of the world anymore. It was just so ugly to me. It was terrifying. And I hadn't dealt with any of my traumas. My therapist up and fucked off, and she abandoned me. And I couldn't deal, but I still had to physically be here because I had my kids. So mentally, I withdrew. Mentally, I went dead. Literally, I lost interest in everything. I lost interest in my friends. I lost interest in reading, music, movies, every single thing. People be like, oh my God, I'm so excited. And I was just like, cool. That's great. Next. Like, just something that I had no interest. And believe it or not, like my friend Rachel thought that I was on anxiety meds. She was like, wow, those really have you chilled out. Between that and the weed, you're super chill. I wasn't chill. I was dead inside. That you can't tell the difference, woman. Well, it was just like, really? All right. But I did. I felt dead inside. I had no ambition to do anything. Nothing brought me joy. I didn't smile. I didn't laugh. I mean, I fake laughed for my kids. I did everything that I normally did. I had the routine in the house, but it was such crap. I often say, like, I thank God for the Johnny Depp case when it came along, because, I had gone back to work. I did the same thing every day. And I was just this robot walking around. I went to work, I interacted, I faked it, as much as I could. Even the guy that, I was talking to at the time, he was like, what is wrong with you? I was like, he was like, it's like you're not even happy to see her. I'm like, I'm not. I'm like, what do you add to my life? Nothing. You're more brown-eyed agony. Like, I can't. And that was the end of that, like, tete-a-tete. But yeah, he was like, oh, you should be happy to say, why? What do you do? What do you do? Are you doing something for me? Are you like, why? Because you exist, I should be happy? Fuck you. Like, I was that frame of mind. And let me tell you, when I want to be mean, it's hard to recover when I've come at you, because I will come at you with everything I know and just rip you to shreds. To your face. I don't do it behind your back. I do it right to your face. I don't give a fuck. But I don't like that person. I know I'm capable of it, but I don't like it. And at that time, that was my only default. It was complete apathy and withdrawal, or I was the biggest bitch on wheels you've ever met. So it was like, which way do you go? So, I mean, I kind of felt bad for what I said to him, but he deserved it. And I still think he deserved it. And I'd say it again, but I still feel bad about it. You can do things that are right for you and feel bad about it. You really can. I don't want to get too far behind. T-Rex, it's tiring being this awesome, Amber. I agree. Yeah. She said, hell yeah, T-Rex. Amber L, I'm great at answering as long as the question isn't, how are you doing? Oh, no, I always answer, how are you doing, the same way. Fine. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm fine. Mm-hmm. Everything's great. Yeah, because nobody wants to hear your bullshit. Like, that's what you think, right? But there are people out there who are not only willing, but, happy to hear somebody else's life so they don't have to deal with their own. That's why I'm very good at listening to other people when they have problems, because it takes me out of my head and I don't have to deal with my own right then and there. Sometimes the problems are like mine, so I kind of have to face mine, which is also helpful, because I'm more likely to fight it for somebody else for their benefit than for my own. I am a fighter. I will give you that. I have been fighting my whole life, but I don't usually fight for me. I'm more likely to step up and fight for somebody that I love. If you come after somebody that I love, I will never stop. I will never stop. They have to ask me or tell me that they've got this. I mean, if I see them handling it, I'm going to let them handle it. But if I see them falter, I will be right there to be like, oh, well, no, they need a break. So how about you fucking look at me? Come here. Come at me. Come on, let's go. Yeah, because that's what I do. I defend and protect the people I love. I'm not so great at that when it comes to myself. For me, I'm just like, meh, just let it go. Like it's not going to make a difference. Because I don't have that kind of energy. And I don't want to give that kind of energy to anybody that's coming after me. I'm of the mindset where I'm just like, all right, they're coming after me because they can't stand on their own. Fuck them. Like, they're irrelevant. I don't care. And I do. I move on. Rabbit, I'm forcing myself to stay when I just want to isolate. Mm-hmm. And that's the worst feeling. Because you get a little resentful too. You love it later when you realize so many people were there and they care about you or whatever. And it does feel good. But when you're in that, I need to be away. I need to shut down. I need to deal, silently. It's not a good thing. It's not healthy for you. But some of us do need to do it, especially if you're more of an introvert. If you have introverted tendencies, socializing is not going to reduce your stress. It's going to add to it. It's going to sap you of energy because it takes so much energy to put yourself out there to begin with. A lot of people don't get that. I don't mind being by myself. I don't mind being quiet in my head, alone in my head. Trust me, there's enough thoughts in there that it's never truly quiet. I've taken Xanax, I've taken Atarax, I've taken, these little green and white pills. They were awesome. But I've taken like so many different kind of anxiety meds and none of them have worked. None of them calm my ass down. What they do is they slow my ass down. That's it. They dull everything. But the thoughts are still there. The racing mind is still there. The palpitations from anxiety still there. The urge to run far, far, far away from every living being with any kind of motion or sound or sense, that's still there. Wanting to shut the door, pull down the shades, turn off all the lights, sit in the dark and just pretend like the world is done. That's still there. I just can't communicate it anymore because it's just like, it's a thought that's always there, but I can't grab it and turn it into something that I can work with. Amber, yeah, the coof really fucked with me too. Yeah. Amelia, I really have to remind myself daily to interact with people, otherwise I won't. And I've lost friends over it in the past even. I've lost pretty much everybody. Yeah. And the ones that still still text me, I look at the text and I'm like, I love you, but I can't answer you. I can't. T-Rex, I said fuck it during the pandemic and traveled around to the different national forests because it was the only thing open, living in my van and delivering DoorDash to make enough money for food and gas. Well, there you go. Amber said, to be fair, I got a bit better with the introduction of the internet world to my life for a few years, and now I'm right back in that spot. Girl, I hear you. Believe me. YouTube was like the Johnny Depp trial, and Nick and Tug and Emily Baker. They were my salvation. And then for some reason, I listened to Nick and I said, you know what? Yeah, I've got a voice. I can get up there. I can talk. And I don't know why I did that because I am not good at commitments. I'm just not commitments to people. That's fine. But like when it comes to just something that it's for me and is long term, I'll drop it every time. Because I get to that place where I'm like, oh, nothing matters. Nothing I do matters. Nothing, I say matters. I'm not changing anything. I'm not helping anybody. I just dig that grave myself and I just keep digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper. because I'm thoroughly convinced that it's all it's worthless. And then somebody comes along and drops a comment or writes me an email or sends me a DM or texts me. And they're like, stop being a jerk. Like, where are you at? I need you there. Like, I depend. And then I get like, oh, fuck. Because it's for somebody else. So I'll muster up the courage, or I'll gather all the energy I've got, or I'll, go to somebody that I know is more inspirational than me and be like, okay, tell me, what do I do? Like, tell me why I'm doing this. Like, I need feedback. And that's when I get out of the rut. That's when I tend to be more engaged, and I'm sending emails and I'm talking back and I'm, doing 6-hour streams. And that's great. But to get there, I have to recognize that I'm backsliding. Otherwise, if I go too far, then it's done. Because I'll purposely burn it to the ground just so I get out of the situation. It's very much like my father shooting himself in the foot in the Navy. T-Rex said, when she wants to be mean, I've seen it. Holy hell, never cross this woman on screen. Thanks. Amelia, that sounds pretty cool, the solo travel. Yeah, it sounds like he had fun. T-Rex said, FINE is a great acronym. Yeah, what did I say it was? Fucked up, insecure, needy, and emotional. I'm fine. Fucked up, insecure, needy, emotional. That's my fine. That's my definition. So when I say fine, that's what I'm telling you. But unless you know me, you don't know that. Wait, what? Wish y'all could have heard the vitriol in Shelly's voice towards our dial when she screwed me over. Our dial when she screwed me over. Oh, Argyle. I know who you're talking about. Boy. It's not even 9 o'clock in the morning. I have not had more than 3 sips of coffee. Why are you? Yeah. All right. You corrected it when Argyle screwed him over a couple months ago. Amelia Sparkles. It was pretty fun, but I'm glad I did when I was young. I did it when I was young. You're 27. When you were young. Shut up, T-Rex. I need more stability now that I'm a bit older. Jesus, 27. He's like, I'm a bit older. Like I said, I have sweatshirts that are older than you. Darth, good day to you. He said, paper tiger. Morning, tough guy. Amber, ew, Darth. I mean, oh, hey, Darth. Feel the love. No, but how are you, hon? I throw hands. I'm gonna fight. That was funny. Yeah, no. So wait. I got derailed. Anyway, so yeah, withdrawing can be a way to cope with having to deal with too much, but it can also be really, really devastating if you get stuck there. And a lot of people get stuck in that. And for me, it's anxiety leads to avoidance. Avoidance leads to apathy. And once I hit the apathy, I am completely withdrawn across the board. Try Jesus. Please don't try me. Yeah, it was a good one. You know what, Shelly? Not knowing if I'm gonna have money to feed myself, that sucks. I like this life better. Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, stop saying that you're older, because you're still a baby to me. And you're 1 year out of being able to see a pediatrician. You realize that? That's how you're classified in my head. I didn't think of you that way. Like, I wouldn't have thought of you that way if I was like 22, 25. You would have been, oh, he's older. He knows more than me. And, it would have been like a, oh, kind of thing. But now I'm like, oh, like you're saying when you were young. Shut up. Like my kids used to say that to me. They're like, "Hey, Mom, when you were young, way back." Oh, really? Like, really? Yeah, back when we had horse-drawn carriages, and like we sat around the campfire and tried to like fight off the coyotes. Like, shut up! Like my kids really think like when I was young, I don't know, I had to go to the well to get water. I don't know what they're, but to them, I'm like ancient, and I hate it. I've tried Jesus before. Slightly creepy and a little crusty. Oh, that was Jesus. That was not Jesus. There's a difference. Hey, you're killing me. I literally have a chat full of trolls. They're my trolls, but just a chat full of trolls. I love it. Never say way back to any woman. Ask me how I know. How do you know? Rabbit, you're all young to me. Oh, Rabbit. That makes me oddly happy because I'd love to be young to somebody. I don't feel my age. I've never felt my age. I still go about like I pay the bills and I'm like, who made me an adult? That was a stupid fucking choice. Like who did that shit? Because I don't feel like an adult most of the time. I still want to do all the crazy stuff that I did before. The only difference is one, my body can't do it, and two, camera phones. Like, I was talking to somebody about this the other day. I was like, can you imagine if these kids had to do like the shit that we did? If they tried it, they'd all be in jail. Like, and it's sad because that's why they're so dumb. That's why they don't know shit, because they don't get to experience anything. Everything they know, they've been told, or they've watched it on social media, or they've watched it on TV. They didn't live it. They don't know how to live. You think any of these kids know how to like get 12 of their friends together, $20 between you, and have a good time for the whole goddamn day outside, just without documenting it like in detail? We didn't do things to impress the world. We did shit to laugh. I don't ever remember my friends being delicate with me. Like, there was never a time where they were like, oh, I don't want to say that because it might hurt her feelings. No, they let that shit fly. Like, if they had an opinion, it came right out of their mouth, unfiltered, unedited, no fucks given. And you either accepted it, you learn to deal with it, you process it, or you fucking hit back. Like, that's what you did. You crack on me, I crack on you. But there were no hurt feelings. And if we did have beef, hands went up, boom, 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 and all right, whoever won, and that's it. It's over. It's done. You gonna stop being an ass? No? Well, then this is gonna happen again. But at least next time it happens, we'll be friends and I'll probably be on your side. So it's just like, we lived through things. We actually lived through and worked through our problems. Hey, Mims. These kids don't do that. They sit there and they're in their own thoughts and they're in their thought bubbles. And so their opinion is the only one that matters. And they only have like shallow relationships. They have a lot of parasocial relationships. They have things where you could walk away from somebody because you could just disappear. We couldn't disappear. You had to deal with your shit. There was no, I'm going to be homeschooled because school is too hard, or like because I'm being bullied. It was your mother saying, no, get your ass out and go to school. Do not make that truant officer come to my house. Do not, like talk about what goes on in my house. Don't bring that shit into my house. Go to school, deal with it, grow up. That was it. That's what we were taught. Like, get out and deal with your shit. Do not bring it home with you. Unless it's dangerous, don't bring that shit home with you. If you need me, I got you. But like, otherwise, go outside and like start growing up, because I'm not always going to be here. Like my grandmother used to tell me, I'm not going to live forever, Michelle. I know. It was that or, oh, I'll die for you. Either way, she was looking toward, the end goal. But she wanted me to be strong enough to stand on my own. And then I had kids. I had my daughter, and she was just like, oh God, I can never leave this earth because this child is not going to be able, she's not going to be able to do anything. I did just fine. I didn't do things the way she would have. I probably didn't even do them to her satisfaction, but I have 2 kids who are almost completely grown. Katie's 28, but mentally she's not. But she's getting there. She's getting to the point where, like, in a couple of years, I would feel comfortable with her having her own space. I'd have to go there every day, but I would feel comfortable with her living on her own. In a couple of years, I think she's getting there. My son, he can't wait. He's like, when can I get my license? When can I do this? When can I do that? Like, I need to get the fuck out of here, because he doesn't want to be around, us anymore. He wants to go out and live. That pandemic kicked his ass. He was like, you know what? They stuck me inside for no goddamn reason. I lost how much time, and he had a lot of anxiety for it. But I made the most of the time. I got him off all his meds and stuff like that. And he's so much better now than he was when he was zombified. He's more difficult to deal with because he's all full of opinions, which I don't necessarily agree with, but it's better knowing that he has opinions and his brain is working than for him to just go along with whatever I tell him to do and be super emotional about it. I prefer him, like this. Dorothy said more, hey to Amber, Shell, and T-Rex. Blah, blah, blah. They're all young to me. I got confused. T-Rex. And then there, JR, who's only 3 years older than me, but acts like it's a lifetime. Oh, he said, and then there's JR, who she's only a little older, but she's like, listen, let me tell you. It's funny. We do that. It's something about hitting 30. You hit that 30 milestone and you just feel like you just have a different mindset than everybody younger than you. And you kind of look down and you're just like, aw, babies. Like, because you've learned a lot by that point. You're just starting to know really who you are. And not in that learning way, more of okay, I definitely know this about myself. I definitely know that about myself. I know you become more aware of your capabilities and your limitations, I think, when you hit right around 30. And then it's just, well, depending on your viewpoint or what kind of person you are, it's up or downhill from there. A skate park was the chill spot. We were a bunch of skater riffraff, and we didn't give any shits. Yeah, I mean, that's what you did when you were young. You got out. Mimsy's here, hanging out. Always happy to see you. Dart said, I don't like how bullying has moved from fighting to pew-pewing. Yeah, no. Like, it's any kind, it's not just bullying, it's just fighting or beefing in general. People are very quick to be trigger happy, and it's like, whatever happened to like yelling at each other first, and then you throw hands, you get it all out. Not that I'm promoting violence, because violence is never the answer, except sometimes it is. You move from that to, I'm not even going to discuss it. I'm just going to pew, pew, pew. And then that's it. Everybody's life is ruined. Like, people are like, oh, it's so barbaric when you're fighting like that. Barbaric? Yes, but it worked. People worked out their issues. They got their hostilities out. They didn't bottle that shit up. They didn't take a pill for it. They didn't go and commit Harry or whatever to get rid of it. You got in somebody's face. They said something. You said something. Somebody threw the first punch, and then it was on and popping. And when it was done, you were bruised. Maybe something was broken, but nobody was dead. Nobody's family was ruined. Nobody lost a father or a brother or a sister or a mother or a daughter. Like, none of that happened. I mean, occasionally, of course, there's always exceptions to the rule. But for the most part, a fight was a fight. A fist fight is a fist fight. Your main objective was make sure I bring enough people so that, there's somebody to jump in if one of theirs jumps in and tries to overwhelm me. That was the main concern. Make sure there's no weapons, because we didn't use weapons. Oh no, I never had a fight where they like came out with a knife or anything else. No, it was we settle this, not like adults, but we're just going to settle this pretty much. Once and for all, like we're going to get it out. I'm going to hit you, you're going to hit me, and whoever's left standing, they won. But that's it. Like we're working it out right here. Get it out, say what you need to say, do what you need to do, and then once this is over, I don't want to hear shit about it unless it's in a joke. And most of the time, you became friends with the people that you beefed with because there was a certain kind of respect you gained for one another for stepping up, doing it face to face, kind of, well, we'll call it manning up, but you got it out. You were real about it. You didn't go typing about it. Oh, I'm going to be a, keyboard warrior. Fuck that. There's such pussy bullshit. And like, people say I come across aggressive. Yes, I do. I come across very aggressive because the alternative is apathetic. And to me, when I'm apathetic, I'm very cowardly. I'm afraid of everything. I won't face anything. So if I have to, I will push my own aggression button and flip that bitch switch just so that I get out of the I don't care, leave me alone, I don't want to know anybody, I don't want to hear anything kind of mindset. Because one of them is really bad. And believe it or not, it's not the bitchy one. At least when I'm like being there's nothing getting filtered. Like, it's just whatever is bothering me is going to come rushing out of my face and you're going to know the truth of it. And I think there's something very cleansing about that. There's something comforting because you know where a person stands. There's no subterfuge. There's no, oh, what is she really trying to tell me? You don't have to figure out what I'm telling you because I'm telling you. And I'm telling you quite aggressively. And I'm dealing with it so that I can work through it so I can get the fuck over it and go back to just being normal. So in order to get myself out of one extreme, I have to go to another. Because going middle of the road for that doesn't work. It's just not powerful enough to lift me out of that depression and out of that anxiety and just that feeling of nothing matters. If I can't have joy, I'll have anger. I will, because I know it's going to lead me back to a place where I can feel joy again, where I can laugh. Because sometimes I'm so over the top with the aggressiveness and the bitchiness. I make myself laugh because I'm just like, bitch, what is wrong with you? Like, there's something really, really wrong with you. Like, I would say that to somebody else, but I'm saying it to me sometimes. And I have to do that. I have to check myself. I have to evaluate, all right, that was really far. Maybe you could tone it down a little now since you're out among people and you're talking again. We did it, bitch. You woke up. Now have your coffee and calm the fuck down. It's just that's the kind of thing. Whatever happened to the old term charisma? Yeah. Hi, honey. How are you? I hope you're feeling well. What happened to the old term charisma? Well, I don't think people understand what charisma and charm really are anymore. I tease winning all the time. I'm like, you are a charming motherfucker. Resistance is futile. It actually says that as one of his, because in Discord you can write the note about people on their profile so that you know who everybody is, and they can't see it, but you can. And his says, charming motherfucker, resistance is futile. Because that's the way he wins arguments with me. He goes, he tries with the truth, and sometimes I just won't listen. And he gets frustrated. But then he'll be like, "Oh, I remember. I'm an old Southern boy. Let me go that route." And it's like, because he does it, and I are full for it every goddamn time. And he'll do that, and I'm like, "All right." Oh. He's like, "Do you hear me now?" "Yeah, I hear you. Shut up." Like, yeah, because I hate admitting that I'm wrong. I don't know. But yeah, charisma, charm, it's... Darth Hideous said 40, but I digress. I think this whole violence is never the answer mindset is part of what's led us down this road. I said violence is never the answer. Unless it is. Except sometimes it is, because I really do believe that. I really do. I think aggression can be a really good thing. But charisma, like, you can charm somebody out of feeling a certain way, but that's only if you're with them. Like, sometimes it's so, the need to, or the desire to withdraw is so great that the person you love most in the world could be right there in your face begging you to, like, jump back into the world, and you're just like, I can't, I don't have it in me. I just can't. And you want to. There's that little party that wants to please this person, wants to make them happy, but you just don't have it. You just don't. Sometimes the tank is empty. And I will withdraw to, like, refill the tank, but it doesn't always happen because I don't always withdraw the right way. Dart said, "Oh crap, did I forget to say hi to Mimsy and Inya?" Yes, you did. Shame on you. He said, "I'm still half asleep." Yeah, me too. It's assertive, not aggressive. Nah, I'm aggressive. Like, I can be assertive, but I'm aggressive. Like, I tend to... Amber is an aggressive. Yeah, she's aggressive. You're aggressive. You think I'm assertive and not aggressive? Because that's bullshit. I am often assertive. That has nothing to do with my my apathy. But the aggression, I need to be aggressive to get unapathetic. I don't even know if that's a word, but it is now. So, in Mers, in 6th, 7th grade, my sis would have been in 4th or 5th. This boy kept hitting her and throwing stuff at her. We were walking home in snow, and he rubbed her face in the snow. What a dick! Well, I threw my Coke on him. Nice. And when I looked over, my sister had a long piece of rebar, and she whooped his ass. His mom got a restraining order on us. So he was physically attacking her constantly. She fought back, and his mom was like, "My poor baby." That's why he's a little pussy bitch picking on girls. Because he knows if he would have picked on a boy, they would have kicked his ass outright. Stop. Oh, your poor sister. I'm glad she kicked his ass, though. See, that makes me happy. Looking forward to the Knox drop today. What does that mean? And yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, but tell me more. Darth, I still haven't listened to Webby's drop from yesterday. What the hell? Vimsy said, "You're a good sister." Oh, you're talking about music. Lord. It was pretty good. I only heard it last night. I haven't listened and really paid attention yet. I wish I was a bit... T-Rex said, "I wish I was a bit more charming, but apparently I've been told I'm not." Listen, charm is not something that you have to be born with. You can learn to be charming. It just takes practice. You have to practice on everybody. And it could be the weirdest thing that you feel like you're doing. You're just like, oh no. Just try. And you're going to feel stupid. Trust me, you're going to feel stupid. sometimes it's gonna come out genuine, sometimes the charm will come out corny as hell, and everybody's gonna tease you, me especially. But it's got to be done. Like, you got to go through the trials, man. You got to run the gauntlet. Shit doesn't just happen. What do you think? Winning popped out like that? No, that was life making him like that. He went through it. You know, you think I was just born a bitch? No, I was the sweetest thing. Life made me a bitch. Luckily, some of the old me stayed around too. And you said Darth has an aggressive switch after 5 to 6 drinks. I said, no, Darth has an aggressive cover that's removed after 5, 6, 9, 11 drinks. Yeah, well, I mean, we all have that, don't we? Rap music, Michelle. Well, I don't do the rap music thing. I mean, I'll listen to it if somebody sends it to me, but I'm not going to seek it out. T-Rex, X to doubt. Darth, after drinks, you become more aggressive. Okay, here's the thing. He doesn't become more aggressive when he's been drinking, and this is just my point of view. He tends to just say what he's been thinking, and he no longer gives a shit about the consequences. Like, he's not factoring in how it's going to fall, how it's going to land, and the aftermath. All he's thinking is, I'm going to get this shit. I'm going to say my piece. And he does. And then sometimes it just makes him giggle to see everybody like up in arms, because he's like, oh, you're answering back. You want to play? Good. I have a playmate. Because now he's in that mode, because he's had the inhibitions pulled back. You know, consequences be damned, because you're not thinking higher functioning. You're thinking, I'm angry, I'm hurt, I want company. So you get angry and hurt with everybody and make them that way. And now you have people who are thinking like you, and now you're not by yourself. It's a twisted kind of logic, I grant you, but I get it. I do get it. He said, I think you misinterpret my point, T-Rex, because that was my point. I'm permanently aggressive. I can just control it when I'm sober. See? Got to a Darth. It isn't the alcohol that makes me mean. I'm just mean. The alcohol just frees it. And you said, I think your math may be on point. T-Rex said, nah, I just become quiet when I drink. Damn it, Siri! Stupid thing scared the hell out of me. Jesus. Did any of you hear Siri just say, okay, unprompted? I don't understand what, like, yo, you dick. That scared the hell out of me. Oh, wow. This is why I unplugged Alexa. Because Alexa's a bitch and would just start talking in the middle of the damn streams. And now, see, I want to throw my phone out the window because it just terrified me. Mimsy's LOL Shelly. I'm serious. That just scared the hell out of me. Christ almighty. Throw Siri and Alexa out the same window. Why? Oh, my heart is... You have no idea how fast my heart is pumping right now. And I just don't want to have an asthma attack because I have no idea where my asthma pump is. I've been looking for days and I can't find the damn thing. Anyway. And damn government spies, right? I told you, we're all on lists. Especially since I've been, with winning. It's just definitely on lists. If I wasn't before, I am now. That threw me. What the hell was I saying? Okay, I need a second. I need to refocus. Y'all might think it's funny, but when you're by yourself in a room and then the phone is like right off to your right, and a guy says, "Okay, you're scared," especially when you hear as many ghosts as I fucking do. But I hear them in a like whispery kind of weird way. Not loud and clear with a British fucking accent either. So it's just, God. Dad said they wrote special lists to put me on that actually only contained my name. Awesome. Mimsy Shelley breathe. I'm trying, girl. T-Rex said, I just hope all of our names are touching on the watch list. Aw, like a little circle jerk. That's great. Poor T-Rex, always looking for the reach around. Stop it. Dart said we were talking about Darth Alcoholic. We don't need to talk anymore about that topic, though. Well, we weren't really talking about that. We were talking about aggression. That just happens to, be in there. Rabbit said, I'm not aggressive, but don't cross me because I will finish the discussion. And that'll be a discussion that you're not going to enjoy. Let me tell you. Because women like Rabbit, they're nice, they're quiet, they're loving. Oh, vicious if you fuck with them. Yeah, they're definitely finishers. Lady Awesome. Hello, honey. She said, hi, everyone. I'm 13 minutes behind and I miss dance battles. Dance battles. Oh, damn. Sorry. Just wanted to say a quick funny. No, it's fine. It's hilarious. Mimsy's giving huggles. Huggles. Thank you. I mean, Darth, when you drink, it's very different than when other people drink. But unfortunately, like my ex-husband was a lot like you. I don't know, like all the inhibitions just flew out like at a certain mark. And I'd be like, oh God, he should have stopped drinking like an hour ago. Oh, he should have stopped drinking when I told him. And now he's past the point of no return. He was always fun up to a certain amount. And then it was just like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It was like, really? Oh, God. Can't we go back to like singing Kumbaya or some bullshit? Like, I'll even listen to you go on and on about World of Warcraft and all your bullshit AutoCAD crap. Like, I'll read one of your horrible stories. Just go back to being boring and nice, like, and occasionally funny. Don't go for me. Not too late. And once that line got crossed, there was no going back until he passed out and then woke up the next day. He always woke up like not apologetic, just quiet, because he was like, I don't know what I did. I don't know what I said. Shit, she's mad. Why is she so mad? What happened to this house? Like, he would put things together and then be like, what did I do? You don't want to know. And if I tell you, you're not going to believe me. So there's no point in having this conversation. T-Rex said, no, Shelly, I took experts' advice to heart. Never not be flirting. No, you should always be flirting. Always. Always. What is the point of just being like meh in life? I don't like people that are like that. I like playful people. I like when somebody is flirty but not gross. Like there's ways of being with people. Like it becomes a part of like your whole relationship with them. Like take Alan Walsh. I've never went into a chat where Alan is there and just say, oh, hey, Alan. Never. He always gets the booby hug. Always. Why? Because he likes it. It makes him happy for like a half a second. And I like him to feel that way. I want him to feel a little special. He's sweet. He's a good guy. Why not give him that little, like, oh, this is just for you. He knows it doesn't mean anything. He knows that I'm doing it as a special hello to him. And if he wants to run with that, I don't care. Like, he could do that. Like, it's like, here you go. Booby hug. That's it. Daisy's the same way. Daisy and I flirt nonstop. And you know how Daisy is. She likes to, let's kick it up a notch. And so, I mean, we'll do the up, one up, one up, one up, one up, one up. And so we're like, all right, we need to stop. Because it gets to the point where I'm typing and I can't breathe because I'm laughing so hard. And it's just, it's fun. But you can't do it with just anybody. Like, there are certain people who just don't take it well. I don't know why they were born with a stick up their ass or whatever, but they're just too rigid to have somebody flirt with them and not be like all weird about it. Some people are like, oh my God, he said hi and hugged me and sent me a heart. Like, he's obviously in love with me. God, calm the fuck down. Like, they take it too extreme. It bothers me. Dart said, I never know where that point of no return is. And to the extent I do, fuck that point of no return. It's called quiet regretful. Yeah, I think that's what it was. That would be a good description for that. What he was like the next day. It was always that quiet regretful, but it was never sorry. So regretful and apologetic and remorseful are two like different concepts. Like, well, they're three different concepts actually, but like the crowbar separation. Like, one is on one end of the spectrum, one's on the other. They are not touching, they're not related, but people love to pretend that regretful is the same as remorseful. And it's like, no, if they were remorseful, they would take steps to not do that again. If they're regretful, they're like, oh, I really shouldn't have done that, but I know I'm going to do it again. So you see, like, the difference there for me, at least. T-Rex, winning gave the best advice. Hun, honey, darling, love, etc. melts hearts. Oh yeah, he pulls that shit on me all the time. When he knows like I'm in a mood, he's like, now, darling. I'm like, don't you darling me. Because I know how it's like a weapon, man. The unexpected ones work better. Don't get stuck in a routine. Never. Darth, to quote Darth, I ain't even drunk yet. The fuck you talking about? Yeah, I remember when you used to get like that. You'd be like, I ain't drunk yet, slurring and whatever. I'm like, really? Okay, well, your state of inebriation is way too fucking high. Inumers. Meanwhile, the rest of us are extremely turned on, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. They do it all the time. T-Rex, it's the Catholic upbringing. It took a while to get over. See, I didn't have a problem getting over that for flirting. Why? You're supposed to be charming. See, that's the world today. Like, that's what I talk about when I talk about my generation and your generation. My generation learned very early on, you get more, bees with honey. You're not going to get anywhere being sour. You're not going to get anywhere being like matter of fact or being aggressive about it. If you want something, there's a way to get it. Is it manipulative? Sure is. But sometimes manipulation is a part of life. You're not doing it to hurt anybody, but you might need that extra little oomph, like, to get what you want. If it's not going to hurt anybody, just do it. Sometimes I flirt just because I'm in a happy mood and I want other people to be in a happy mood. And the worst thing for the best thing to ruin a happy mood is loneliness or feeling unwanted or feeling, like sometimes you just wake up and you feel ugly. You're just like, ugh. Like, my skin doesn't feel right, my clothes aren't sitting right, and like even my hair is just aggravating me today. Like, I can feel my teeth. There are days where you're just hypersensitive, and if somebody's feeling like that, and if I ever pick up on it, which I tend to, I'll flirt terribly with them. I will just cozy right up and, hey, like, what's up? And then there's just some people I just want to flirt with. The white rabbit. Every time I say hello to her in chat, it's always the same. I'm like, hello, gorgeous. Because I think she deserves that. She's sweet and she's beautiful and she just sits there and he gets all the attention. And I'm like, I love Expert, but fuck Expert. Like, I want the White Rabbit to get some attention. So she gets the special, like, hello, gorgeous. The Barbara Streisand one from Funny Girl. But I mean, that's just what I do. And it's because I have everybody classified in my head. Everybody gets a certain treatment. I don't treat everybody the same. I've never treated everybody the same. If I do, it's because I don't know you well enough yet. Like, I treat you based on what I think you need and how I feel about you. If I really care about you, I'll try to give you any boost that I can, even if it's just momentary. But I usually do it through a flirty kind of lens. I don't want to be like, oh, you know what? I think you're amazing, because it comes off as disingenuous, even though I do think they're amazing. It's really hard to articulate that without sounding like either a kiss ass or like sounding fake. So it's like, how do you make somebody feel better about themselves and show them that, they're special to you? You flirt. That's all. You give hugs. Giving hugs is flirting. But I've never flirted, just always been, this is who I am. Yeah, and that's fine. I'm a flirt. It's my way of connecting with people. It's my way of telling people that they matter to me without saying you matter to me. Like, it's just who I am. Meanwhile, the rest of us are extremists turned on. I mean, that's what happens when me and Daisy get together. The dreams of scissoring abound. Oh, of course it is. I've been that quiet, regretful many times, and no, I wasn't sorry. I know. That's the one thing about you. When you are sorry, you do say you're sorry. But you feel regretful a lot more than you feel remorseful. I am going to call you out on that bullshit. You're just like, I can't feel sorry because I know I'm going to do it again. Hey, you should put that quote on your ex Twitter profile. Which one? I ain't even drunk yet. Yeah. The fuck? I ain't even drunk yet. The fuck you talking about? All human interaction contains some level of manipulation. Well, of course. And that's part of our, just DNA. That's part of our whole ability to survive. I think if you can't manipulate in any way, shape, or form, there are going to be situations that they'll level you. They'll just kill you. You'll have nothing left. Lady Awesome, I finally caught up to live. Yay! Dart said, manipulation is more often than not malicious. No, it's true. Sometimes it's just a way to navigate a conversation because somebody's going some way and you're like, no. How do I bring it back without telling them, yo, you're off topic, stop being a jerk and go back? You're like, oh, let me just, and it's subtle manipulation, but it works and it doesn't make anybody feel stupid. So yeah, no, the fact that people think manipulation is always bad is, well, it's retarded, but that's what it does. T-Rex, the Me Too thing makes it dangerous to flirt. It's literally considered sexual harassment. If you're ugly like I am. You are not ugly. I don't know. I hate that you say that. I really do. I hate that somebody came along and made you think you're ugly. You're not ugly. You're not. Are you like what they're telling us on the cover of Vogue is handsome? No. You and 90% of the fucking population. It's rare to find like everybody's going to look like a model. You know how much work that is? Stop. Just be yourself, be natural, and just be who you are. Your insides and your outsides should match at some point. And are you going to be like chiseled jaw? Whatever? If you want to, someday, maybe. Plastic surgery is a thing. But that you can't see. This aggravates me because people take it as an insult when I say stuff like that. No, not everybody has the same shaped face. Not everybody is asymmetrical. In every, it's very hard to find somebody who's symmetrical. Most people are asymmetrical. Like one eye is going to be like slightly bigger than the other, or like one ear is a little higher, or like with Amber Heard, like one boob is bigger and higher than the other, but that's just a botched boob job, but whatever, or a bad bra. Karma, because she's a crooked, lopsided cunt. But anyway, you can't hold one thing up and be like, this is what beauty is. Yes, that's what they do in advertising, because that's how they make their money. They have to do that because they do that and then they sell everything to support that. But we're everyday, ordinary people. If you're born with a round face, you're born with a round face. I have a round face. I don't give a fuck. I'm never going to have like that, like, willowy little like elfin face. No, I'm always going to have the chubby cheeks and no eyes when I smile, and a big smile and a tiny nose, and just be like, I don't know, more like stuffed animalish than, like some ethereal elven beauty. I'm never going to have that. And I don't see that as a bad thing. Yeah, I got chubby cheeks. Fuck you, you don't like them. Don't look at them then. Go find some, like, 9-pound, like, Skeletor that you want to bang and go give her your fucking problems. Leave me alone. I appeal to different people. Just like I've met all different kinds of men. Some other people, they're like, oh my God, he's gorgeous. I'm like, like, because it's just not my cup of tea. And she's like, eh. And then I've met guys who, like, women were like, are you kidding? I'm like, you don't see what I see. Like, what the fuck? I mean, look at the actors out there. There is sexy, ugly. There is sexy, awkward. There is sexy, like, all over the place. Who can I? Gary Oldman. Now, he is not cookie cutter handsome. He is not somebody that Vogue would, ordinarily be like, oh, let's pick him up off the street because he's just so drop dead gorgeous. Because he's not. Did you see him in Sid and Nancy? Did you, like, he's not your typical handsome, but fuck is he sexy. Oh my God, that man is panty melting, dropping, kind of like just holy crap. When he did the whole Dracula thing and like the old world kind of like top hat, whatever. Oh, Lord. Yeah, Sirius Black. Oh, dear God. Like, I mean, it was just like, damn. But ordinarily, you look at him in some of these movies and you're like, ugh. Like, but he's sexy. You can't hold yourself to a different standard. So every time you tell me that you're like ugly or whatever, I want to punch you in the face. I really do. I want to punch you in the face 4 or 5 times and be like, how ugly do you feel now? Because I'll break your nose, blacken both your eyes, and bust your lip, knock your teeth down your throat, and let's see how you feel then. Then you could say you're ugly because I made you that way. Otherwise, no. Granted, there are people who are ugly, but they're ugly to me. They're not ugly to everybody. Somebody loves her as, Jesus Christ, there's a bitch on TikTok who dresses like a pig. She painted herself pink and she put on the nose and the ears and she put mud on the floor in her bathroom and rolled around in it. And somebody, some gabatos insane person out there loves her. Thinks she's amazing. Thinks, oh, she's such a cute little piggy. You know what? There's somebody for everybody. But I got to draw the line because for me, that's just not going to work. P.S. Don't yell at me, Shell. You know I love self-depreciating humor. No, see, you set me down because you knew. Before you wrote that, you knew you were going to push that button and off I was going to go. And off I went, and here I'm going to stay going off. Dart said, instead of saying, I think you're amazing, tell them I think you're tolerable most of the time. Be like, well, I haven't tried to like stab you in the neck yet, so. Inya said, I played this truth or dare game with my daughter and son-in-law, and all of a sudden he was flirting with my knee of all things, and I almost exploded just to disappear. Oh, honey. Truth or dare is dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. Because we played, it was me, my friend Vicky, my like real life friend Vicky, her boyfriend Frankie, this other guy that was like interested in her, Alan, my boyfriend at the time, Miguel. I mean, we were playing this game, and Spanky was there because Spanky was always there. And we're playing truth or dare or whatever, and it's my turn. Alan goes, all right, truth or dare. I was like, I don't know, truth. Because I hated dares. These fuckers would make you do like the most disgusting things. It was like, yeah, no, I always pick truth. And he said, well, who's the best you've ever had in bed? And I didn't even think. I said, Eddie. Now, Eddie was not in the room, but my boyfriend was. And it was like, everybody went quiet. And I didn't think nothing of it. And I was just like, Eddie. And he was like, yeah. Are you sure that's not? Did you hear my question, Melanie? I was like, no, you said the best in bed. That was Eddie. And Miguel got all in his feelings, and all freaking like he put his head down, and he stood up, and he like tranced out of the room, and I was just like, I looked at Vicky and shook my head. I was like, I swear, and she was like, girl, because that was a whole inside joke. But he got so upset. He was like slamming doors and everything. I was like, well, if you wanted it to be you, I guess you should have brought your A game, but I don't feel like you did. And if you did, like, you better go watch a video. And by video, I meant a porno, so you could pick up, some kind of like tips, because he just, no. It just didn't do it for me. I mean, it was all right, but it wasn't the best. What the fuck? You want me to lie? But yeah, truth or dare could be very, very dangerous. Lady Awesome. My ex flirted at first, didn't bother me. However, after 15 years, he just turned into the dirty old man, and it made me sick. So since then, I've turned 40 and just play nice. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I do get it. Sometimes they take it too far. Or sometimes they'll flirt with like the wrong person. Somebody who already like, how the other person is, and that's it. Like the claws come out because you're like, don't fucking flirt with her. What? Because she's crazy and she's going to think you mean it. And they're like, no, she would trust. I know bitches. Like, please don't do this. And they think, oh, you're just jealous. Yeah, that, and I really don't want more of this drama. Like, I don't need it. Like, it's not worth it. But for the most part, I'm just like, meh. Don't let her lie to you, T-Rex. She's trying to manipulate you right now. I am not trying to manipulate nobody. God. Not 42. What a correct. Listen, I've been trying everybody's autocorrects are so far afield of what they're trying to say. T-Rex said she yells at me anyway without reading the PS. Well, you shouldn't have left so much time in between the two. Just flirt with an ugly girl. Oh, wait, don't, because chances are she has a penis. No. Oh, my goodness. Inya. Now, see, I expected Dart to say that, not you. Dart said, hey, she was 105 pounds for the record. For the record, Yana. For the record. Inya Mers. It's dad I gotta ask nowadays? Or it's sad that you gotta ask nowadays. Inya Peter Davidson. Okay. Lady, I don't know who you're talking about, Shell. Okay. Inya Mers, I tried flirting with the ugly Canadian bitch, didn't end well. First of all, she wasn't ugly on the outside. She wasn't highly attractive, at least not to my eyes, but she wasn't ugly. She was ugly on the inside. That's what you should have picked up on. Rabbit said Charles Bronson was that way. Inhumer's Gary Oldman. Last, he was in Dracula, Fifth Element. Oh, that's who you didn't know I was talking about? I was so confused. I was like, somebody will give me a hint. Gary Oldman. I love Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman was Sirius Black on Harry Potter. He played Vlad in Dracula. What else? He was Commissioner Gordon in the Batman movies. He played Sid Vicious and Sid and Nancy. He was also in a movie with the dude that played Doc Ock from Spider-Man. It was a weird gay movie. I forget what the hell it was called. It was very odd. But I mean, he's been in so many movies. But like he's not good looking. Like he's not your standard handsome. But he's sexy. Like he's charismatic. He's charming. He's got that swagger. You know, and that's what really comes across. I mean, it never mattered. Good hair day, bad hair day. I could be like 9 months pregnant. It didn't matter. The thing that made people drawn to me was my attitude. You know, I don't walk into a room and go, look at me, I'm the hottest thing here, because I'm not. I'll walk into a room and I'll own that room because I'm here. Let's have some fun. Let's see. And I just case out the joy and I let them come to me. But that's the way I've always been. You know, I own the space that I'm in. And then I own your space. And then I own your space. And I suddenly take over. That's why living by myself tends to be a good thing, because the only space I could take over is my own. But it kind of limits my personality. Darth Hideous. I highly doubt Shelly could hit hard enough to bruise me. Okay. I do love to be underestimated. You know that. So I'm going to let you run with that one. You're right. If I hit you, it'd be like a feather. Like a feathery kiss. That would just, you'd be like, oh, it was a breeze. Yeah, no bruises. Mm-hmm. T-Rex. Lady Autumn Sky. I made a joke about being ugly myself, and she's been ranting ever since. Well, that's what you get. You don't talk about the people I care about. And yeah, I think she also dressed as the Grinch, or it could be another girl. It was terrible. Lovely. Except with her words, which occasionally wound my soul. Yep, there's somebody for everyone. Yep, absolutely there is. You just got to find them. And when you stay in your house and you don't go out and you don't talk to people, you're limiting yourself, because your chances of finding somebody compatible are absolutely zero. If you don't interact with somebody, well, what do you think? They're going to fall through the fucking ceiling? Oh, I'm praying to meet somebody, but I never leave my house. Like, does it happen? Sometimes, but you got to put yourself out there in other ways. You know, if you're just withdrawing and you're saying, no, I'm staying by myself and I'm not talking to anybody, the only person whose company you're going to have is your own, because you built it that way. You know, you set your life up so that you're by yourself. That was the point. But then you get by yourself and you're like, oh, I'm so alone. Yeah, but you did it. That's the thing. Like, I would complete withdrawal and be like, no, I'm not talking to anybody. And people would give up. You know, you can only text somebody so many times before you're like, all right, I got to move on because I don't know what happened here. You know, ghosting somebody is never fun. And I didn't like to ghost people, but I would say I don't want to talk right now. And my friends have gotten to the point where they're like, just send me an emoji, which is what I tell people. I'm like, just send me an emoji. I just need a sign of life that you're still in the game. You know, I need to know that you're conscious, basically. Like, I need to know you're still breathing. And that's what they'll do to me. They're like, okay, like my friend V is at the point where she's going to wind up showing up at some point, because she's been texting me for, well, a month since I got out of the hospital. And I I haven't really answered her much. I think I said hi once and then I never answered again. Because it irritated me that, I've always listened to everything that she's, complained about. I've been there for everything. And then the 2 times I was in the hospital, she didn't show up and she didn't contact me or whatever. So yeah, that irritated the fuck out of me. A lot of people that when they didn't show up or even try to I don't know, send a text or whatever. The first time I was in the hospital, I wrote them off. I was like, really? All the shit that I fucking I never asked my friends for anything. Never. And yet when I needed somebody to be there, nobody showed up, even though I've always shown up for them. I have always come through for them without them even needing to ask. So the imbalance really set me off. And I just said, okay, you want to be like that? Fuck it. And that was it. That was it. Am I at the point where I want to block them? No, not yet. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there because I have animosity because of it. I am resentful that they did that. That I've always put myself out, and then when I'm literally sitting there dying, they're just like, oh yeah, no, I got something else to do. Yeah, okay. Lady also said beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And Dart said beauty is in the eye of the booze holder. Beer goggles are a thing. They are. Look into incels if you don't believe me. That's also inherently untrue, Mimsy. What? That there's somebody for everybody? Don't tell her that. Look into incels if you don't believe me. Okay, there's somebody for everybody. That doesn't mean that they're going to actively go out and look for them, though. That's the difference. The people that sit home and don't talk to anybody and they're like, oh, I'm so alone. Nobody wants to talk to me. Are you trying? Because there's a whole internet out there full of lonely people who are lonely or desperate or broken who would probably look at that person and be like, you know what? You got something I need. I got something you need. Let's be friends. There are more organic relationships out there that are healthier and whatever. But then there's ones where you're just desperate to talk to somebody. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, those are the people that get preyed upon. So maybe don't always put that out there. But there are ways to go out and connect with people. Sometimes one of the main things I do when I withdraw, because I don't want to completely disconnect, I lurk. I'll go to chats that are very active because I need a lot of things going on that'll take me outside of my head. So I need 3 conversations to be going on in chat while one's going on the panel. And I need to be able to concentrate on all 3, 4, whatever things that are going on at once. And that disengages my mind from my own problems. What I'm thinking, what I'm feeling becomes less. And I'm able to pull away from it a little more and get a little interested in what's going on because I make myself. That's the only way that I really pull out of the withdrawal. That's how I deal with it in a more controllable way. It becomes easier for me to manage how I'm feeling if I'm concentrating on other people's bullshit. I'm not talking about it. I'm not engaged in it, but I'm able to observe it. These are people that I know. So I know what to look for. And then you do pick up a lot of information, which, I'm all about feedback. I run on information. Like I said, ignorance is bliss. That's the reason why I'm so fucking unhappy half the time, because I know so much. Because I've learned so much, because I keep all this information in my head, and that's where it's going to stay. But that's catch-22 for me. It bothers me to know all this stuff, but sometimes I need to know stuff so that I'm not worried about me. I'm not looking at me. And that comes back to that thing that I told you once, that Jordan Peterson, I watched a short of him saying this, and it really struck me because he said that women now have heightened depression and anxiety because they're focused on themselves, because they've moved away from traditional roles where they're the matriarch in a household and they're responsible for the house and the children and the husband. So they are worried about all these other people. That's where they put their energy. They put their energy into maintaining their household and having their home life thrive. They put their energy into the people they love. Whereas now, when we're like, oh, be single, work on your own, be independent, live on your own, all you have is time to yourself. But a lot of people are in that place where now they're worried about, what do I look like? What do I dress like? What do I act like? Oh, why do I feel this? And why does this person think that? And da-da-da, because you have too much time to fucking think, and you're only thinking about yourself. And that's not the female nature. There's a reason why men think we're selfish now. If you look back, men didn't think that before. They might have said we were weak or whatever, but they didn't think we were selfish. They relied on women to be nurturing. They didn't think, oh, I'm going to leave the kids with my wife and, oh, she's going to fall to pieces or she's going to run off or whatever. They figured, I'm going to leave the kids with my wife. Everything's going to be fine. She knows what to do. They relied on that because she knew what to do. And if she didn't, she'd figure it out, because that's where her energy was going. Her anxiety was about her family, but she didn't have time to dwell on it because there's a lot going on. When it's just you and you're stuck in your head, yeah, you're going to internalize everything. You're going to hyper focus on things that you never would have given a second thought before. So yeah, that told me a lot. When he said that, so much clicked into place, because there's so much I'm anxious about just because I'm here on my own and I'm just anxious. Like, that's all I think about is like me and what people are saying about me, or what people are thinking about me, and how are people viewing me, and how is my YouTube channel going, and how is my voice coming across? What is my message going to be? What is my impact? Instead of having, having that role where I have somebody to make decisions with, I have somebody to share the burden with, I have somebody to take care of. I have little ones to take care of. I don't have little ones anymore. They're big, but that's where I'm at. Like, that's the life that I have because I chose to be super independent. I chose to be by myself because I couldn't trust men. I couldn't trust anybody. I couldn't trust men or women. I couldn't trust relationships. It was just too much for me. I had to cut myself off emotionally. I did it for 20 years. 20 years. I was just like, nah, man, I had a dude mentality. It was, yeah, you're cute. We could fuck, but don't expect nothing. Like, because I'm telling you from now, I'm not looking for a commitment. I'm not looking for a relationship. Like, hit me up when you want to have some fun, but otherwise, peace. That was it. That was where I was for 20 years. And it didn't serve me at all. It made me very bitter. And it made me very, very mentally unstable. It caused my anxiety to go through the roof. It caused my avoidance to become something where I could destroy my own life just by not wanting to open an envelope. I've lost out on things because I couldn't do it. When I look at the doorknob to leave my apartment and I'm on the floor hyperventilating because I can't face what's out there, that's a problem. That means that I've just gotten to that point where I know I'm going to cut myself off from everybody. I am not going to leave the house. I am not going to answer the phone. I am not going to read a text. I won't even read the text messages. I'm not going to open any emails. And that's where I just completely shut down. And I've done that. I did that right before I started on YouTube. And I didn't speak for about 6 days to anybody. Not one word left my mouth. I sat in a chair. I only got up to pee. I barely ate. I drank a lot of water. That was about it. But I mean, I would nibble on something. I'd have like one bite of this. And then everything tasted like cardboard. I was at such a state of apathy that nothing could move me to care. I had no senses that were working. Nothing. Like I said, food tasted completely bland. It didn't matter what I drank because I didn't taste it. It had nothing to do with coof because I never had the coof. It had to do with the fact that I completely shut down and disengaged from anything in life because nothing brought me any joy. And I just figured, well, if it's not going to bring me joy, it's only going to bring me pain. I'd rather just not feel anything. So I went back inside my shell for days. And I don't remember what it was that I don't know. I woke up one day and I was like, all right, let me just try to like get interested in something. And I turned on YouTube and I tuned into Nick. And he was talking about I don't know, say he was ranting about something and going off about, I don't know, like people taking away free speech and, how dare you tell me what to do and how dare you tell me who I am? I'm a Christian, but I'm not dead. And basically, like, he was basically saying, like, I'm a good person, but I want to have fun. Fuck you, you don't like it. And it made me laugh the way he came across and said that, because it was like, who is this dude? Because I'd watched him, I'd talked to him, whatever, but I really hadn't paid that much attention. He's not for everybody. Nick is not for everybody. He has a way of talking that gets through my brain. It gets through my self-defenses. It gets through all my coping, like my avoidance coping mechanisms. Like, he is the breaker of my cope and seethe kind of thing. Like, he gets in there and goes, hey, numbnut. Or as he likes to call me, chromie homie. Like, what the fuck? What is your problem? That's what he does. He is the icebreaker in my brain. He gets through the wall of ice that's surrounding my head, keeping everybody out. It's just who he is. And I did. I woke up that day and he was just like, you know what? He's like, you had all these things in your head. And he's telling people in general, not me directly. And he's like, get up off your ass. Go. Stop bitching about it. Stop moaning. Stop being like, oh, I'm such a pussy. I can't do anything. Like, get off your ass and just do it. Stop being a fucking coward. And I was just like, how dare you? And like, but the way he said it aggravated me. And it got me motivated because I got angry. And I held on to that anger and I let it just warm me up and bring me back to life. And I jumped in and I was like, you know what? I'm going to start a fucking YouTube channel. And I did. And I didn't start it to be this magnanimous fucking person. I was like, what am I going to talk about? What am I going to talk about? What am I going to talk about? Jersey. I guess I could talk about Jersey. I could do Hoboken stories. But then it felt so empty. And I was like, you know what? I have a lot of shit to work through. Why do I do this on my own? I don't have to work through this on my own. There are people out there who have the same issues as me. They might not have all of them, but I have enough issues where they could pick and choose. It's like, I feel like this and I feel like that. And they can relate. So maybe they don't have somebody to talk to. Maybe they need somebody to get angry at. Maybe they need somebody to get angry with, like right alongside them. Maybe they need somebody to cry with. Just open your mouth and see what comes out, Joe. And that's what I did. I mean, technically, if it wasn't for Ricada, I wouldn't be here. And I mean that more than one way, because once we became friendly, he did save my life. He did talk me off a ledge more than once, which is why I'm loyal as fuck to him, no matter how stupid he gets, because he can get stupid, and I have no problem telling him, you're such a fucktard sometimes. But he hasn't let me down. No. Sometimes he'll do things I don't understand. I'm just like, but why? Why, Nick? Why? But he's never let me down. And I know that's not everybody else's experience with him, but that's my experience. And for me, that's all that matters. Lady Awesome said, I used to tell my sister, if it wasn't for ugly people, if it wasn't for you, ugly people wouldn't get no play. The guy she always thought guys were cute. I was like, no, he the ugly one in the group. She used to pick the duff. The designated ugly fat friend. Or the hikikomori in Japan, the group of people who there are no one for is growing at an alarming rate. Yeah, but we're doing it to ourselves. We're letting everybody like isolate us. Mimsy, good point, Darth. Got to protect yourself with these groups. I've been maliciously stalked, so I'm aware. Girl, you ain't been stalked until you had a Christmas tree arrive at your school while you're teaching from your stalker. Or had, like, you know, very personal pictures that were on your phone, like have somebody hack your phone and email them to your principal and your PTO. Because, yeah, that happened to me. That's why when somebody like goes around showing a picture of like my tits or whatever, I'm like, fuck you, you amateur. Whatever. Because at this point, I'm immune. I could give two shits. Having to look my principal in the eye, who was also my friend, that he's just like, I didn't look at them, but yet he's red as could be and sweating. Yeah, no, you didn't look at them, but thanks. And then just looking me up and down like, fuck you. Like, what the hell, Marty? That's a stalker. I'm not minimizing, I'm just joking. But that did happen, actually. I had to look up Gary Oldman. I love Gary Oldman. I do. I think he's so sexy. Gary Sinise over Gary Oldman, just for the record. See, Gary Sinise, no, he's a red flag for me. I don't know. He creeps me out. I mean, I like Lieutenant Dan and everything, but now he creeps me out. He always plays just, no. Lady Awesome said, oh my God, that did it for, Commissioner Gordon from Batman. Yep. Yes, I like that Gary too. I don't like that Gary. And both of those are Gary's over Coleman. Gary Coleman comes in a little short on your list, huh? Ba-dum-bum. Oh yeah, Gary Oldman is a good actor. Yeah, but he's hot too. Like he's got that. Gary Coleman's a little weird. Do you not like get it, Will? Yeah, I know. Short list. What you talking about, Willis? Hilarious. When Coleman is dead. What? Oh, is he dead? Lady Awesome said, well, Coleman is dead, so not so weird, just dead. Rip Gary Coleman. Aww. Harry Peters. Hi, Mike. You can beat me up as much as you like. Oh, I'm sure you'd love me to beat you. When was that movie with Christian Slater? Pump Up the Volume. When she was the eat me, beat me lady, I was like, I want to be that one day. I was young when I saw that movie. And I knew, I was like, that's going to be me one day. Sure the fuck enough. We have a Harry Peter in the house. Yes, we do. I mean, I was talking about their acting last. Jeez, Mark. Someone needs to change my bong water. You need a nurse for that? Jacob! Hi, honey. I know you've been here 20 minutes and I didn't say hello, but I'm way behind in chat. Everybody's saying hello. Good Jacob, how are you? Morning, Les. How are you and the husband? Thanks for asking. Here we go. Mimsy, yes, Jacob, getting ready for a treatment. Needed a dose of Shelly in chat. Oh, honey. You know I love you. Mimsy is an awesome person. She's always supported everything on our channel and other people's channels, and she's just good peeps. So if y'all could send some healing energy and good thoughts her way, I'd appreciate it, because Mimsy, you are a wonderful person. And I say that with no corn and no like pomp or circumstance. You are just a wonderful person. I enjoy talking to you, and I love that you come here just to hang out, and it makes you feel better. You know, you're in my prayers. You really are. Jacob Peets, Judas Peterstein. What the hell is that? Sometimes people don't know how to reach out. It's true. Some people don't know how, and like I always saw it as weakness. I didn't want anybody to know that I was feeling vulnerable. That's the worst thing for me, is for somebody to detect weakness, because I always feel like they're going to exploit it. That said, it actually is female nature. Once upon a time, values were taught to check this nature, but it's not just female nature, it's human nature. Women are not, nor have they ever been, a pinnacle of virtue. No, of course not. And I would never say that they were. They're human. All humans are fallible. Do we attribute certain characteristics and, I guess, idealisms to them? Yeah. Which is why I've always said, don't ever fucking put me on a pedestal, because it's a rickety bitch to try to balance on. And I don't want to. I don't want to stand there and try to be like, oh my God, let me just walk on eggshells so I stay up here and I'm in his good graces all the time, or her good graces. No, I want to be me. This is who I am. You either want me and need me and love me like this, no matter how bad it gets, or get the fuck out of my life, because it's false love. You don't care. If you care, you go through everything with that person. If you love them, it doesn't matter. You know, you see them through, they see you through. It's mutually beneficial and it's mutually caring. If you're not willing to give as much as you get, fuck off. Don't waste my time. Don't waste my life. Most of my youth got wasted on men who did not intend to be there for the hard stuff. You know, they had this idea that I was going to walk into their life and fix everything. I can't fix you. You can't fix me. We can help each other together. I can try to fix myself. I can reach out to people who can help fix me. Same for you. But I can't make you happy. I can do things you enjoy, but I can't make you feel happiness. You can't make me feel what we really should define as happiness. Can you make me feel joy? Yeah, joy can be momentary. Happy is like a state of mind. It's a state of being. I can't make you see things the way I see them. I can explain them. I can make you understand how I see things, but I can't change your point of view just because I want to change your point of view. I can't control you like that. That's your decision. You know, if somebody's going to be in my life, they got to know that there's going to be a lot of work involved. I'm working. I work every day on me. Do I need help? Sometimes. And if I do, I'll ask for it. Or I'll set it up so that you know, like, what I expect as far as help without having to ask for it. It becomes just part of the relationship. You know, there are people out there who can't do that. They don't have that willingness. They're just like, no, if you're not like out the box fine, then I can't deal with you. You're not worth the hassle. It's too much trouble for me. That doesn't mean that person isn't worth it. It means that they don't have it in them to give. At least not for them. They have a different priority. No, I need to be a priority. And I need to know I'm a priority. Do I have to be the top priority? No. But I got to be up there. Like if it's going to, have any kind of longevity, I got to be up there. The same way I make them a priority. And I think we've given that up a lot. We have stopped making people priorities and made ourselves the priority. And that leaves us lonely. Because then you're not pushed to make connections. You're not pushed to improve connections with people. It's easier to just bury yourself in a vice or in, I don't know. I don't want to say in a cause, but some people do that. They bury themselves in causes so that they don't have to fix themselves. And I've seen people do it. I feel bad for them. I can't engage in that kind of thing because I feel like all you're doing is you're pointing at other people's, areas where they need, improvement. You're trying to improve them because you don't have the tools it takes to, or the desire to improve yourself. When there's issues, you just won't face them. It's easy to take on the world's problems. It really is. Because nobody expects you to fix them. Improve them, maybe. Talk about them, like make everybody else more aware of them, sure. But actually fix them, no. They don't expect to see problems in the world change or improve just because of something you said. When it comes to your problems, though, they expect to see a difference in you if you're working on them. So it's just a lot easier to put your energy into a world problem where no big change is going to be seen. This way you don't look like a failure. Because if you do it to yourself and no change happens on yourself, people could say, oh, you're fixing yourself? You're doing a shit job of it. Because they can see you're doing a shit job. So it's just easier to work on a world problem. Lady Awesome. There's something to be said about that because I would have been in a whole different headspace if I didn't have my kids and husband. Most of the time, my kids were the only reason I wake up and get out of bed. Absolutely. They are the only reason, regardless of Ricada or anybody else that's come into my life that has changed it. My kids are the reason I'm here. I can guarantee you if my kids were gone, I wouldn't last a day. I wouldn't. There's no way. I would check out so quick. I don't think I'd even need to do it myself. I think my heart would just stop. Because they're everything. They're everything to me. Now that they don't have the societal restrictions that they used to have, he really hates that 19th. You can see that on full display. Lady Awesome. Okay, I'll be honest. My kids are the reason I get up and do anything. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, life is hard, and this world, this beautiful fucking world that we're living in is full of ugly people. Not ugly on the outside. Their intentions are ugly. And it is difficult to get up and know that more likely than not, you're going to have horrible news on, that's going to come across. Somebody's going to blow something up, or somebody's attacking this one, or this one's accused of that. And, all this horrible crap. And then knowing that your government is actively trying to put you away, out of sight, out of mind, or in the ground, whichever. Knowing all these things, it's hard. It's hard to find something to live for. And when you have that kind of awareness of the world, the kids can save you. They'll keep you here. They'll keep you getting up. Because otherwise you lay down and you're just like, what's the point? Like, I am literally a drop in the ocean. If that. What do I matter? And then you realize you have these kids and you matter greatly because you're everything to them. You know, they depend on you. This is something you created, especially for mothers. I'm not knocking fathers. I love fathers. I think being a father is a very hard job, especially in today's world. And I think anybody who steps up and is a father, you have my utmost respect because I haven't seen it a lot. I really haven't. Good fathering, you know, present fathering, active fathering. Those are not things that I'm that acquainted with. I mean, I know of them. I've seen them on TV, but in real life, no. I didn't have a whole lot of experience with them. I do now through observation and just, you know, being around people like that. But before that, no. But being a mother, we grew these little creatures, you know, these teeny tiny humans. We grew them. We were there at the conception. We were sick from it most of the time. You know, we went through all the pain and we went through the hormone surges and we went through the, you know, I mean, you guys, you don't realize like our blood volume doubles, like everything, like our bodies are just, they're incubators and they become machines. But you still have to feed the soul of that baby that's growing in your belly. And you feel everything every time they move. Imagine that. Imagine never, not 1 second of your life in that like 9-month frame are you alone. Ever. That baby hears everything you say. They feel every movement you make. They eat what you eat. They drink what you drink. If you have a vice and you're partaking, they are too. So if you're hurting yourself in any way, you're hurting that baby. If you're, you know, feeding yourself, you're feeding that baby. This is somebody that no matter what you do, it affects them. So what are you going to do? Are you going to do bad stuff? No, most of us, we're like, okay, I have this baby. I need to nurture this baby. I need to feed this baby. I need to give it the best I can. And you talk to it and you sing to it. You have no idea how disconcerting it is to be laying there trying to fall asleep. And all of a sudden that baby in your belly gets the hiccups. And you're awake for 2-3 hours because you're just like, kid, really? Like, turn this way, turn that way. Like, come on, you know. And yet you sit there and marvel, like, oh my God, the baby's inside me and it has the hiccups. This is wild. Half of you is annoyed because you're friggin' tired, and half of you is awestruck. But this is yours, and you're building this and you're creating this. And it is a miracle because you're like, how is there a person growing? And I'm growing a person. Like, I kill my house plants, but I'm growing a person. That's a lot of pressure. That was the best time in my life. If I could have been pregnant, like from the minute I hit 18 till the minute menopause, like, you know, or well, the bad age came, I would have. I loved being pregnant. I loved babies. I just couldn't do it on my own. You know, when I did get pregnant, I faced it and said, all right, I'll deal with it. If I miscarried, I dealt with that too. But everybody's like, oh, when I got pregnant, Connor, oh, how are you going to do that? Katie's in a wheelchair. Blah, 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 blah. I'll manage. How do you know? Because I don't have a choice. I'll manage. Well, what about the father? He doesn't want to be involved. Well, make him. No, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not forcing anybody to be a parent because that doesn't work out well. Have you met my mother? Like, I know how that affects the kid. I only want people in that kid's life who want that kid. If you don't want to be around him or her or whatever, fuck off and don't come back. Don't dip your toe in the water every 3 years. Or, oh, I'm a dad. No, you're not. You're a piece of shit sperm donor who wants a little bit of attention and wants to feel like, oh, I'm a good guy. I stepped up and I did it. You did what? Parenting for 20 minutes? Shut up. Like, and just because you show up doesn't mean you're parenting. You're not helping me in any decisions. You're not, helping guide this kid. You're playing a video game and then you're going the fuck home. Like, that's what you're doing. That's not parenting. I mean, I could get anybody to do that. My neighbor could come over and do that. So yeah, but like I said, I don't have a whole lot of, experience with fathers that are present, who are big in their kids' lives. I see it here. We have tons of guys in chat right now or listening that are amazing fathers. Yep. Jacob Heats loves his kid. Talks about it all the time. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Winning. A lot of people have an opinion on winning. The one thing I think everybody would ever agree on is how much pride he feels regarding his kid. He beams with it because that's the love of his life. That is his purpose. Nobody's ever going to top that kid in as far as a priority. And that amazes me. I love that. I do. I love that because that's how I feel about my kids. So I forgot where I was going with that. But yeah, no, there we go. Kids are the reason that you get up. Yet it can absolutely transform your life. It could transform you as a person. And you said, same last, that's why I haven't self-deleted. Yep. And girl, you better never, because just please, no. Don't make me cry. Hey, Rabbit, I hope you're doing well. That was from Harry Peter. So there's a Harry Peter out there, Rabbit, hoping you're doing well. In case you don't know who that is, in case anybody doesn't know, I'm going to blow you up. He used to be Mike Hunt. I won't say them together because I just won't. And you feel that, send you a virtual hug. Mimsy, yes, Shelly, that overwhelming anxiety is hard to connect with at times. Rabbit said, I'm okay. Inya hugs back. I'm a walking contradiction, though. Half the time I wish I won't wake up. The other half I'm terrified I won't wake up. Because what the heck would these people do if I didn't do it all? You're not alone in that thought. I'm just like, oh, nobody needs me. Nobody wants me around. Da, 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 da. Nobody loves me. And I'll sink into that horrible, I'm not worth it depression. And then one of them will be like, oh, Mom, I need that. And I'm like, how do you even tie your shoes without me? I don't get it. And you realize that you're still necessary. You're still necessary. And there's joy to be had. That's the hardest part of the withdrawal. Part of the withdrawal is wanting to not be a part of the world anymore. And not feeling like you have a place in it. You're bereft of joy. It's almost like you're in mourning all the time. Like you're grieving. And it can push you over the edge. It can make you do stupid things. It can. And you're sending all my love to you both. I'm here if you need me. Rabbit, so sweet. Rabbit said that's a lady awesome. And to Inya. Rabbit, you're so strong. I just... I love you guys. I was so on the fence about doing this morning because I just didn't feel it. I've been feeling like running away. But I showed up and here y'all are. And I love you for it. Because I'm not by myself in how I feel. which leads me to think it's not me, it's more the world at large, since it tends to be a more widespread problem. Dodd said, my bong water still hasn't changed itself. Yeah, well, get off your ass and do it. Don't be lazy. I need a tissue. God damn it. See, I'm at that emotional place where just talking makes me cry. I don't have to talk about anything. Just talking sometimes it's like the overflow on the bathtub, you know, you get to that point, the water's going to go into that little overflow no matter what. You don't have to move. It's just, no, I'm going to go until everything's like at a more controllable level. Mimsy said, I get that in you. On one hand, I fight for my life, and the other, I wonder if it's worth it. It is worth it. And you keep fighting, woman. Don't you dare. You're made of sterner stuff than that. You got this. You got this, Mims. Besides, no matter what we do, even if you try, you're not going to go unless it's your time. I mean, look at me. I tried. I was gone a whole 7 minutes. Didn't matter. Here I am. No brain damage from that. That we know of. But no, I came back probably stronger than when I tried to leave. I can't take Motrin because of it, but I mean, there are lasting effects. Like, my body is aware that if I take this thing, it leads to death. So now when I try to, take Motrin, it's like, no, bitch. It rejects it violently. Okay. So my body learned its lesson. Sometimes my brain doesn't learn the lesson. Sometimes that desire is there. Sometimes the plan is there. I told you guys, I made videos. I made goodbye videos because I couldn't take it. I couldn't take the pain. I couldn't take being trapped. I am very much one of those people who needs to be free. I need to be out. I don't have to be outside, but I need to be able to. I don't like cages that were made for me. I'll make my own goddamn cage, but don't decide for me. I don't like having my choices taken away. Those are my choices. Whether I make a good decision or not, it's still my decision to make. When I lose the option, that's when I get really fucked up. Inya, love Rabbit, and same to you. That's so sweet. You have your own stuff and you worry about others. I just love you. Yeah, that's our Rabbit. That's how she is. And sometimes I think that it's because she has us that she gets up sometimes. Like, we're her kids. We're right there. We're right in her face. She could turn on that computer. One of us is always going to be there. There's never going to be a time where there's not one of us around. And we all have issues. She's there. She mods for all of us. She knows our issues. She knows our personalities. She can navigate through us and, kind of like look over the flock and be like, all right, this one's all right. That one's all right. That one's all right. But somebody's always going to be there that needs something. Even if it's just like a, fist bump, like, hey, what's up? You good? You're good. You're one of mine. You're good. Like, she knows some of us just need that little boost once in a while from her. And she's the only one who really provides that, consistently to all of us. None of us expect Rabbit to go off and be like, oh, this bitch and that bitch. Nobody does that. Rabbit is like, I don't know. You're Rabbit. If Rabbit could be an adjective, a verb, and a noun all at the same time, that's you. You are Rabbit. There's just something beautiful about you that we all love, we all recognize. You know, it's one thing. There are tons of people out there who are like you, who are good people, whatever, but they don't have the same impact. You have an impact, and people are aware of you. They're aware of how you are, and they appreciate you, and they love you. It's a beautiful thing. It really is. And I hope you really take to heart what I'm saying, because you mean the world to like all of us. You really do. T-Rex trucking and more. Yo, I don't think the show can go more than 90 minutes without mentioning Jersey. You're the one that brought it up. And why would I go more than 90 minutes without mentioning Jersey? I love New Jersey. I'm a Jersey girl. Fuck you, you don't like it. Sorry, that's how it is. I don't care that it has a certain industrial smell to it. Yeah, do I want to continue to live here for the rest of my life? No, I need more. I just need more. And I need open, and I need nature. And this is just, it's not what it was when I grew up. You know, like while I was growing up, it's become like, my section especially has become like New York, and I hate New York. Hate it with a passion. Always have. I'm not talking about New York State. I'm talking about just like Manhattan, basically. Because for me, that's New York. And you said, hugs to you too, Mim. What I call the small graces save us most of the time. A random hug from someone I love or a sweet gesture fuels me to keep going. Yep. Sometimes the cats lift my spirits, because they'll just be like, they'll be sitting next to me and just like one of them will hit me in the face. Like, bitch, what is wrong with you? Like, I was like, what is your problem? And it's usually Snips, I'll be honest. And she just looks at me like, ugh, you and your pity party. Like, suck it up. I'm hungry. Let's play. And it's just like, all right. And then she'll go and jump Boo and like toss him across a room or whatever. And it's hilarious. And it just lifts me up, which is why I have cats. Because they're two bitches. One's a boy, one's a girl, but they're both bitchy and sneaky. And it's hilarious because they're both so jealous. Oh. Neither one of them ever wants to cuddle until I'm cuddling one of them. And they're like, what about me? What about me? What about me? No, fuck that bitch. What about me? It's like, Jacob said, Ed Inya, fight ain't over yet, girl. No bell's been rung. Stay in the game and keep being a bright light in people's lives. Just so you all know, I'm a half hour behind on chat. I am worse than expert today. But that's because I'm talking. Inya, the people that care about you, that came from Rabbit. Mimsy, absolutely, Inya, thank you for that. I treasure the small things. They get me through for sure. Hugs back. Oh, that was sweet. Inya, just a little bit. Yeah, well. Jacob Peace, of course, hon, unfortunately, it's a fact of life that the loveliest people often have the darkest demons. And I hate that it's true. We have enough shitty people in this world. We need more Inyas. Yes, we do. Inyas, good people. I got Inyas, I got Rabbit, I got Edis, I got Lady Autumn Sky. So many wonderful women. Mimsy. I got so many people in my life who are completely inspiring for me. And I rely on that a lot. Jacob Peets, it's okay, Shell. The harem in chat keeps me occupied. Dart said, speaking of channels, I have a show to schedule, like the bong water. I'm being lazy. Go do your show. Go do your schedule, whatever you're doing. Go ahead. Have fun. Good luck. Have a wonderful stream. Laws of power. You keep preaching that prison life. This way, if any of us go to jail, we're good. We're good. Say less. In prison, that would be so that your mouth ain't open, you're not getting your ass beat, and you're not getting your ass pounded. Wolfkinder, hey, anybody who has come in the last half an hour, I'm not ignoring you. I'm getting to you. I just haven't seen you because I'm way behind in chat. So forgive me. Right now, we're up to Wolfkinder. Wolfie, how are you? Mimsy, thank you. Shelly in chat, love you. Well, we love you. You keep fighting. That's what we all have to be. We all have to be fighters, because in this world, being a pacifist isn't going to get you anything but stepped on. So you got to fight. You got to fight for yourself, fight for other people. You got to fight just to live. Because so far, I think the whole world has turned into that fake Australia where everything is trying to kill you. God. Jacob, how you doing this morning? Pete and yours. Shit, I'm tearing up happy tears. When I'm super low and probably need to reach out to someone, I get really paranoid, thinking if I'm honest with somebody, it's going to hurt me or my family. And that's a horrible way to feel. She said, so I just waited out because it always passes. It's a horrible way to feel, not to have anybody you can confide in outside of your immediate family. Because let's face it, when you have a problem with somebody, you want to talk to somebody about it. However, sometimes it's the person you're closest to that you would normally talk to that you have the problem with. And then you're just fucked. Because you're like, well, now what do? I can't talk to you about you. But why can't you? Because you're afraid they're going to get offended and run away? Okay, if they're that type of person, yeah, I could see that. But if it's somebody strong, somebody who's just as dedicated, just as committed, just as emotionally mature as they could get, you should be able to talk to them about your issues with them or your feelings with them or your thoughts about them without them running off into the shadows, without them ghosting you, without them going behind your back saying, oh, this bitch is saying all this, fucking with my head. You need that. You need to be able to talk to the people who are upsetting you, who are affecting you, positive or negative. That's the hard conversation. I always say having the hard conversations, there's a reason why they're hard. It's because they mean so much to you. And if they're going to mean that much to you, you really should have them. Don't run away from them. What's the worst that can happen? If you're honest with somebody, they're going to hold it against you? Well, then your relationship wasn't that strong to begin with. And there was no point in working on it, so you might as well find out early. Wolfie said, Jacob asked me after I had some coffee. How are you? Yeah, I know. I'm halfway through my half cup of coffee. And I'm just as tired. My legs are screaming today. Dark happiness comes from Jesus, not from people. I thought you said happiness comes from drugs. And money buys drugs, so money buys happiness. Didn't you once tell me that? It is contentment. True contentment is the purest form of happiness. Yeah, just being happy in what you have without wanting more, without wanting to change things. To be happy and to be settled in your life and be like, okay, this is good. I don't need anything outside of this. Like, I am fulfilled. That's probably the ultimate form of happiness in my eyes. Rabbit can't stay awake anymore. Sending love to those that need loving, safe, warm, healing care. We love you, Rabbit. God, I waxed poetic about you and you were asleep. Darth Hideous. And the purest form of contentment is inner peace, which comes from Jesus. It can. Yeah, it can. I don't think that. See, I have an issue with like religion as a tool for that. I don't think Jesus himself brings you peace. I think having Jesus to lean on and talk to and to inspire you can lead you to creating your own peace. I think he's essential for that. I think God is essential for that. But I don't put it on them. It's still my job. Jacob Peace. And yeah, I'm sure we all here and most of humanity completely understands the concern with letting people in. Oh yeah, because there's always the threat that or the possibility that somebody's going to screw you over. I mean, come on. Look at the last couple months. It's like, at this point, I shouldn't trust anybody. The truth is, I only trust one person. That's it. Just the one. And I put all my my faith and my honesty into that. And could it turn around and completely crush me? Yeah, sure it could. But it's worth it to me. I never had that complete trust in anybody that I have. And it's a weird feeling for me. And it constantly makes me want to run away because it's so dangerous. And it's so, I want to say heavy, but yet light as a feather at the same time. It's always it's a coin. It's both sides of the coin, though. It's not one side or the other. It's both sides at the same time. And it could be a lot. It can be more than I can deal with some days. And I just have to pick myself up and go, no, bitch, like some things are worth fighting for. And that's one of them for me. Inya. Jesus sent me these people and took some of them away. Yes. So we ain't on the best of terms for the past 20 years or so. I know he's there, but I don't trust him not to hurt me any more than any human has. And I've been there. I have, Inya. I have. The worst for me, I mean, I've told you my whole walk with God and Jesus. We're good, but we weren't always that way. I mean, there was a lot of time where I was just angry. Like, how dare you? How dare you take away the one good thing in my life? You know, who are you to do that to me? What did I do to you to deserve this suffering? And one of the things is, like, I didn't realize, because you don't see the plan. You just have to have faith that you're on the right path. If it feels right, stay there. If it doesn't, then you got to work out where your destiny lays and how to get there. But it took me a lot of years to realize that everything I suffered as a kid, everything I went through as a teenager, all the shit I went through in my marriage, that was building up somebody who was strong enough that they would give all the love that they had to these kids that they have, and they would fight for them. They'd have strength to fight for them. I'd have the strength to fight for them. I'd have all the love to give. Do I make mistakes? Tons. Oh my God. I'm just, because I'm an abrasive fucking person. You know, it doesn't always come across to other people. My kids get it because they've known me all their lives. But other people, they'll look at me like, oh, how could you say that? Oh, shut up. Like, you don't understand my relationship. We're fine. And it's the same. It was the same with me and God. Like, he put me through it so that I could be there for these kids, and I could be compassionate to the people I meet, and I could understand the pain other people feel. You know, I could be non-judgmental about the things the decisions that they've made, because I've made shit decisions in my life. I've been a miserable human being at certain times. I admit that, and I'm remorseful for it. Does it mean that I'll never go there again? No, I'm human. Humans fuck up. It's what we do. But you got to be able to, like, move on. You got to be able to fix it and move on and be like, you know what? I'm going to try my best not to do that again. We're complex creatures. Shit happens. But yeah, no, it was a difficult path for me. But I mean, I think I'm good where I am with God. Yeah, do I trust him? No, not 100%. I don't trust him the way I should, the way I want to. But a little bit that's on him too. Hey, nerd. That's on him too, because, you know, if you go my whole life constantly, you know, saying no, go through it. The next time I need help, am I going to look to you? Probably not, because you're going to tell me no anyway. That trust is gone. That trust that you're going to catch me every time is gone. The only thing I really trust in is knowing that he has a purpose for it all. I do believe that. And I do believe that he's spent my lifetime creating the person I needed to be for the other people who came along. Because I can't offer anybody anything I haven't gone through myself. If you think about it, I don't sit up here and, like talk and preach about shit that I haven't lived through. I don't try to assume what somebody's going to feel. I tell you how I felt, what I went through, and how I got out of it, or how I'm working through it, or how it's still affecting me. I'm very honest about that. But I can only speak about the things that I've experienced. And apparently God knew that I would get to this part and say, well, guess what? You're going to experience a shit ton in your life. Not all of it good. There you go. He knew what I would need to know to get here, to be of some service to other people, to be the best mom I could be. Because let's face it, I didn't have a great example. He gave me this personality because that's what I needed. That's what other people needed. So yeah, I have faith and trust in that. But do I trust him to catch me? No, because I think making me fall is his way of making me better later. I don't love it. Trust me. But Rabbit said it's hard losing your children, grandchildren, etc. The oldest should go first, and to survive them is so hard. Oh yeah, it is. It really is. I know. I mean, come on. I've been thinking Katie was going to die since she's 3. Because that's what they told me. Anticipating losing your kid for all these years, it did something to our relationship. Because I had to do everything for her and love her and everything, but I also had to protect myself because I would never be able to go and get through every day with that over my head. So there was a little bit of a dissonance between us, a little disassociation, and it's always going to be there. We work on it, but there's still that my knee-jerk reaction of pulling back when she gets too close because don't hurt me. Don't you die and hurt me. That's always there. And there's no pain in the world like that. None. And you try to protect yourself and it just doesn't work. Speak of the devil and she opens her door. Oh, God, there she is. Always bathroom time. Oh, God. Anyway. Jacob Peets, yeah, it's tough. I get that. But from a guy's perspective, male pregnancy hormones were fun. Oh, shut up. He said, man, pregnancy hormones were fun. Yeah, I'm sure when you hit that horny stage. Yeah. I'm never out of that stage. So the pregnancy didn't really make that much of a difference. I might have been a little more aggressive about it, but whatever. I have gotten very good at clamping down on my emotions when these kids come out of their rooms or when they're around, because I won't let them see me like that, especially when it's for them. So she's in the bathroom and I gotta suck it up and change my tone and hey and da da da. So it comes across a little facetious, but I gotta do it. So I'm just gonna read chat because that's when it's gonna get me through it. In your MERS, pregnancy hormones last for a few years. Those things are unfun for everybody, except the horny part. Tartarius, I'm a good dad. I son the whole internet. Okay. In your MERS, rolling on the floor. Darth, you did help me see my life more clearly. I learned a lot from you, honestly. I even fight differently now. You're pretty damn intuitive. All right, don't blow up his ego. T-Rex. Outpost nerd, you missed the short jokes. Short jokes of the day. Yeah, well, he came in just under the wire, as he always does. Besides, they would have went right over his head anyway. Darth Hideous. Almost all men I've ever met who are not in their children's lives didn't choose that themselves. It's almost always the woman who drives out. Oh, fuck you. Who drives him out of his kid's life, and that's the most is said. That is not true. That you say most. Okay, maybe the ones you know. In that very distinct part of the state that you live in with the weird time zone line. But no, in the world I live in, most of them are just assholes who walked out on their kids. I'm not saying it, T-Rex. In humors, oh my God, that's Mike. Harry, why'd you change that? Probably because nobody would say his name before, and it was causing strikes, probably. Darth Hideous in you when you break through the lies of what you're taught to think and what really is. It's much easier to actually understand what people really mean. In humors, I still can't believe I got that tatted on me. Oh Lord. Shelly, if you weren't around, who would tell me to stop going after all these fucked up bitches? Winning. Jessica. We'd all tell you. I mean, you're not around like unopinionated people. When you surround yourself with YouTube creators, unfortunately, they're not quiet. They don't keep their opinions to themselves. And we will blast you out in our on our channels. Darth Hideous, a lot of shit we tell ourselves about the way things are is just bullshit we tell ourselves to make ourselves feel better. Because it's all about the fifis. I can relate with that shit. I've been feeling like withdrawing for a long time now. Yeah. And the world always sucks, T-Rex. Because T-Rex said, the world sucks. I found a small group of people spread all around the country. Well, he said the county, but he meant the country. Who are decent people and call me on my shit. And I can call them on theirs and no one gets overly offended. No, we get offended in the moment and then we're fine. T-Rex, listen, Shelly, there's only one thing that's wrong with you and it's not your fault. It's your mother's. It's called being from New Jersey. I love New Jersey. Fuck you. Darth Hideous, it just sucks differently today than it did yesterday. Yeah, well, the world is ever changing. It's just not improving. In your mirrors, I felt that one. I'll make my own cage. Thank you very much. Yep. Darth, if you make your own cage versus someone putting you in one, you still ultimately end up in a cage. Do you ever really have a choice? Yeah, you do. Because who has the key to your cage? Is it in somebody else's control or your own? Sometimes the cage is a protective measure and sometimes it's used to punish and isolate. It could be good or bad. Like, yes, it keeps a bird safe, but it also keeps them captive. Now, who would rather be in charge of how to open the door? The person who's the cage owner or the cage resident? I thought Valhalla looked over the flock. No, he looks over a herd, man. He looks over a herd, not a flock. His fucking goat farm. Sorry, that reminded me of the video with the kids saying it's a fucking goat. Fucking Chucky. That's the one that you just made me think of that. It bit me. What bit you? Fucking Chucky. You're going to regret that last comment when she gets to it. T-Rex, why? Oh, yeah, well, I'll regret it, but not till later. I'll get him. Don't worry. I'll get him. I'm patient. People don't realize my revenge is best served cold. I will serve that bitch iced up. Like, she will be 100 years old and covered in frost and still burn like a bitch. I will burn you to the ground. But that's okay. I keep telling you, Shell, beaches and freedom. I know. Darth Hideous shooting out of Disney Jersey. Absolutely not. T-Rex, I just saw that. Lady Awesome, I'm a few minutes behind because my oldest just called to thank me for putting certain people into her childhood and have fond memories. Y'all, I'm crying right now. Aw. Did she tell you to take it to the fence? That's not your oldest, is it? I don't remember which one said that, but still makes me giggle. Oh, that's so sweet. Aw. See, my kids, they do that once in a while, but it's like the gratitude comes so few and far between. I'm like, when they get older, they'll realize. See, don't. At least you're crying in happy tears. I like happy tears. I do. Last, those are the good ones. Wet hugs. Well, then. It's the moments that carry me through. See? So the universe heard that you might need a little boost. Maybe it picked up on your feels at the moment, and there you go. You got it. It's a beautiful thing. I'm happy for you. You're an awesome lady. That's why I call you a Lady Awesome. You deserve more moments like that. I think we all do, but you definitely do, because you are always there, much like Rabbit, for everybody else. Just my stream is until 8 p.m. Oh, then you in like the early stages of putting that shit together. You'd be all right. Innumerous, I was scared of the 48 laws of power because I could tell people have used them on me because I just don't think that way. Yeah. Now I think it's smart to understand them, not to be it, but to protect myself from it. Yeah. Recognizing other people's tactics is very important. Number 24 tonight, halfway there. Nice. It's always good to know how people are going to come at you. Darth Hideous said, Divinity has been covering the subtle art of not giving a fuck on our channel. I wonder why. I wonder what would have brought that up. In your MERS, 2 sedatives for the euthanasia. The voice in my head got too persuasive are the 2 best lines in that song. Okay. Darth Hideous. I mean, I don't want to get too preachy, but in the scripture, God does command that we bring our fears, doubts, and troubles to him. Oh yeah. Don't tell me money don't buy happiness, because it just so happens that money buys drugs. Yep. See, I knew that line came from you. I knew it was from a song, but you're the one that I originally heard it from. He said, no, and your best line in that song is, next time you try fucking me over, I'm gonna put you in a bath with a plugged in toaster. Nice. See, I'm not a rapper. I couldn't even read that, let alone fucking rap it. I need counsel. Wait. Okay. I'm only, 15? I'm less than 15 minutes behind right now. So, actually, I'm like 11 minutes behind. I'm catching up. And you said, I need counsel on how to not give a fuck. I read the book, but it didn't help change me. It didn't help me change being an open book with my emotions. I can be read like a book, which is one of the many reasons why I am not on camera. Because I can't fix my face. Everything I think or feel, you see it plainly on my face. I cannot I am such an expressive fucking person. And I'm always making like goofy friggin' like, oh my God, the memes would be ridiculous. Because I'm always making funny faces. Always. People are talking, and I'm like crossing my eyes and rolling my eyes. I will roll my eyes so hard, I'll sprain them. Like, it's bad. And when I think you're full of shit, you trust me, you see it on my face. If I don't like you, you definitely see it on my face. And if I like you too much, you're definitely going to. So I give away way too much. So I'm so open with what's going on in my head. I can't give an unvarnished, absolute, total access look at how I'm feeling and thinking in every minute. I need to be in charge of that narrative, that flow. And if you could see me, there would be no control because you'd just be like, oh, no, da, 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 da. And I think I don't know, it's distracting for me because I talk about stuff. You don't need to see me to talk about this stuff. And I think it's better so you don't equate it to just me. It's not something that you assign to me. You're not trying to imagine me going through it because you're not watching it play across my face. Instead, you can hear it and relate to it and apply it to your own life. I think that's the better way of going about it. Because honestly, I don't mind being on camera that much. It feels weird to me, but I don't mind it because I think I'm pretty as fuck. But it's like, whatever. Dudley said, you can read the book all you want, but if you can't process the why behind your fucks and your values, you'll never be able to prioritize them well. Yep. And it's not easy, not by a long shot. It's picking my battles. I can't fight every battle. I don't want to. I have learned how amazing peace of mind feels. And let me tell you something, I chase that bitch like crazy. I will do anything to get peace of mind, including cut people the fuck out of my life. If they're causing me grief like nonstop and it's just no end in sight, bye, bitch. Mm-mm. And a lot of like the withdrawal that we talked about, a lot of that has to do with me finding peace of mind. But it can get confusing. Am I equating silence with peace of mind? Because silence and isolation are not always going to lead to my peace of mind. Sometimes it just leads to more problems. Sometimes the peace of mind is dealing with the problem and getting rid of it so that it's not something that could come back and bite me later. That's peace of mind. But it takes a long time and a lot of screw ups to get there. So don't ever like say, oh, I'm never going to understand. I'm never going to get better. I'm never going to, be able to not give a fuck. You will. It's just, there's different things. If you really examined it, there's certain things you just don't give a shit about now that you really gave a shit about before. It's just, you stop giving a shit about them. So they stop taking up space in your head. You stop thinking about them. You didn't notice they became inconsequential. That's a good thing. It means that you naturally just move past them and stop giving a fuck. But there's still stuff that you give a shit about, and you have to. You really do. You need something to wake up for. You'll just get better at weeding out the stuff you don't need to put energy into. You'll get to that point. And you'll get better and better at it. You just have to practice. You have to be more aware of what is draining you and what no longer drains you. And you'll get to know that you're actually learning not to give a fuck with purpose. Mimsy, you're not Darth. I may not say much about my troubles or fears in chat, but that's because I bring it to God. And when I do bring it, it's to those I trust or love, like Shelly. Oh, Mims, I love you. And yeah, like I know like people like Mimsy, they'll talk to me or whatever, and they're like, I hate putting this on you. It's not about putting that on me. I can handle all your problems. I can handle listening to anything you want to tell me because it doesn't belong to me. But I'm strong enough that I can hold it for a minute or two while you catch your breath. Sometimes it's all you need. And I'm not going to judge you for it. And I'm not going to say, oh, well, I don't want to hear about this crap. I'm in a good mood. Like that does it sadden me sometimes? Yeah. But it doesn't stay like that because I have hope for other people. I believe in other people. I'll put my energy, toward lifting you up a little bit so that you can get back up and stand on your own 2 feet. Because you're not coming to me for me to hold all your problems and your troubles and everything that bothers you forever. It's momentary. I can be that momentary relief that you need. I welcome it. I do, because it also makes me stronger, because it takes me away from what's pushing me down. It brings me back up, because I have to rise to the occasion and go, okay, no, all right, come on, give me. No, give me. I'm good. Like, because if you think I can't handle it, you're not going to come to me. So I have to be okay. And I'll push myself to that because it's important to me. You're all important to me. So it's not ever a burden. It's not an imposition. It's not an invasion. It's a part of life that's necessary to keep me moving. It's what I do. If you stopped coming to me, then I would either have to assume that you don't think I can take it, or that you're all better now. Either way, it's like, talk to me, tell me, like, because I'd like an answer. I hate just when people disappear, but it just bothers me. But yeah, no, like, that's what I'm here for. It's what I set myself up to be here for. T-Rex, I agree. Shelley, the devil is a woman. Now, see, commas are important, but I'm just going to skip that because I'm not getting into the whole Shelley is a devil thing again. It's at max capacity. Don't worry. Thanks, Anya. That's hideous. It's 100% true. I'd probably tell you too, and we ain't even around each other anymore. Yeah. Rabbit. I'm in the process of writing my demise letter to a creator to let everyone know when I'm gone. It's going into my funeral plans file, stamped and ready in case. Oh, Rabbit. Don't do that. I mean, yeah, do that because you have to do that, but I don't want to think about you not being here. I haven't known YouTube without Rabbit. I really haven't. Like, as far as a creator goes, as a spectator or whatever, just another troll in chat. Yeah, no, I didn't know Rabbit that much. I saw her, but not a lot. But this, like, as a creator, I've never known being a creator without Rabbit in my life. It's been there from the beginning. Chicken Pizza, I'll make my own cage with hookers and blackjack. There you go. Discard the cage. Fortresses don't protect. Fortresses don't protect. I covered a whole ass law about building fortresses. Okay, I haven't seen them all. I have to sleep at some point too, and your streams aren't exactly short. In your MERS. Change that to Texas Hold'em. And I'm all in, Jacob. Oh, I love Texas Hold'em. I do love blackjack though, but it's just you gotta shuffle so much. T-Rex, remember to wish Valhalla awaits a happy birthday today. His birthday's today? Did he just have a birthday? I'm very confused. But I will remember. In your MERS. To the fence! To the fence, to the fence, to the fence. Mimsy at Rabbit, that's a hard letter to write. I was given 6 months to live in March, still here and kicking. And you better keep kicking, woman. You better keep kicking and reaching out and just keep kicking, okay? Fucking tired of losing people, especially the important ones. Darth Hideous said, T-Rex trucking. Nope. T-Rex, Darth, it's a troll. It's not his birthday. That's what I thought. God damn it. Oh, in that case, still no, Darth said. T-Rex, I don't know. He shrugged. Rabbit at Mimsy, I just don't want those I care about wondering what happened and why I disappeared. That's very thoughtful of you. That was my thing. Because I was like, I don't want any of them putting it on themselves or what. I want everybody to know what they meant to me. That's what I did. And Immerse, you could skip most of mine. Okay. Mimsy, totally understand, Rabbit. I've started that letter a few times. It's hard for me to write. I'm trying to get any MERS. God, I'm still 10 minutes behind. Oh, I can be read over the phone, easy peasy. Just my breath intake after someone speaks is loud. Oh, well, that's the thing. Like, there's certain people who know me that when they hear me go, they're like, "Ah, shit," because I'm about to blast you. Darth Hideous, unfuck your face. Yep, pretty much. Fix your face. Fix your face. I tell expert all the time, fix your face. Wolf Kinder, the how not to give a fuck book is just about choosing what to focus your energy on. It's repackaged content with F-bombs because that sells, of course. Law 4, always say less than necessary. Also means fixing your face so you don't snitch on yourself. Yep. I have a very hard time doing that. So I just turn the camera off and I'm good. Anyways, I was just thinking of Lady Gaga. Polka, unfuck your face. So, what's up? Darth Hideous, not exactly an ideal state to be in. Castro, Darth, what, state of confusion? Because that's where I usually am. State of discontent, that's also where I live. Or the state of aggravation, because I'm there a lot too. Anyways, I feel better than I have in a while. I worked from home, but hadn't had a full day off and away from work in a few years. The past few weeks have been weird getting off the hypervigilant rope. Yeah, that's hypervigilant that's such a bitch. It's so draining. People do not understand how exhausting that is and how unavoidable. It's not like you can just stop. Like, things have to be in place for you to create like an environment where you're able to not be hypervigilant. Jim Castro, when I'm gone, I want my last check to bounce. Nice. T-Rex, no, you said speak of the devil and she shall appear, referring to Kate. It was a joke saying all women are devils, but to be fair, all people have the devil side of them. Don't backpedal. You said women are the devil, so you might as well just own it. Trying to make up this horrible like story behind it. Lies, all lies. Valhalla's birthday. I was gonna say there's no way it's his birthday. Inumers, if certain siblings come to my funeral, my family knows that they're to play my band by D12 to them. Not a joke. I don't know what the song's about, but it can't be good. Lady Awesome, laughing. I love y'all. Fence. Harry Peters said December 10th is my birthday. I don't believe you. I need receipts. T-Rex, welcome to the great state of Texas. The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. God, who don't know that song? Hi ho, it's off to Jack's I go. Okay. I don't know. Happy pre-birthday at Harry Peters. See, you automatically assume, Mims, that he's telling the truth. And I automatically assume he's fucking with us. And you murders. Don't get blown off the road being the only person driving the speed limit, Jacob. Oh. Ooh. T-Rex. Every day is Valhalla's birthday. He just keeps saying, it's not my birthday. Yeah, I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was in June. Because I remember we all celebrated it. So I haven't known him over a year. So there's no way I'm celebrating his birthday twice. But whatever. That message must have got disappeared. Which one? Am I missing something? Just rewrite it. I also had a lot to scroll through. So if I missed something, mi dispiace. Anyway, I did have a point. I had a topic. It happened twice. What happened twice? I'm so confused. I'm feeling very much like the expert right now. Like y'all are just. It got disappeared twice. No, it's above Darth. Oh, bro. Just say this is the message that got disappeared and then type it in. Because I have so much to look through. There's no freaking way. Oh, just rewrite it. It's not coming through on her StreamYard for some reason. So you're saying it's in YouTube? Because let's just see, shall we? I don't think I won't just go to the YouTube. Content, let's see. I am live now. Come on. No, go back. Why won't it? All right, you know what? I'm being Let's see. Let's do view my channel. There we go. Oh. I am going to mute myself. Let's see. I did rewrite it. Okay, it's not coming through. So 11:03. If one could truly give no fucks about anything at all, they would basically be emulating a psychopath. This message. Oh, okay. Why wouldn't they put that? That's so stupid. All of Dart's Bible messages were being held by YouTube, and I'm not getting them. What is up with YouTube? I really don't get it. I had to actually open up my own stream to see what the hell was going on. That's so bizarre. How bizarre. All right, back to StreamYards. Morning, hussy. That's it is. YouTube hates me. Shadow banned by the YouTube feds. See, that makes me wonder how many messages that I miss because I'm not reading directly from the YouTube. Only on the off chance that somebody on one of the other platforms that I'm streaming to has a comment. That's why I'm reading them in StreamYard. Hey, Ellie, I read that as hustle. No, I knew she meant hussy. I knew that's what she said. You're like, Shelly can't even. I can't even. Oh my God, I can't even. Not for nothing. It's because I spit those facts. I'm relying on my say less. Jacob Pete's Ellie, how you doing? I'm going blind. You're going blind. I've been blind. I read so much on here. That's why I had to take a couple days because those migraines, I couldn't even open my eyes. I'll tell you something, even doing the show with Winning Sunday night, though it was all fun and I had a great time, it was difficult because it still hurt. So it's just it's so much. But we kind of got off topic as usual, but that's all right. It wasn't really off topic. It was on topic, but in a roundabout kind of way. People who give no fucks, yeah, they're psychopaths. That's corporations. That's government. Winning and I just did a whole thing that, yeah, they passed the psycho test. They are corporations. They are psychotic. They completely check every single box on the psychopath checklist. And it's because they don't give a shit. So you never want to be the person who doesn't give a fuck at all. You just got to choose not to give a fuck about stupid shit. There are people out there who are hyper focused on just themselves and their narrative and whatever, and on being petty and getting whatever, like I'm gonna get even with everybody. Everybody's out to get me. Shut up. Nobody gives a shit about you. Nobody thinks about you. You know, I don't give a fuck. Most of the people I know don't give a fuck. The only person who wants them to give a fuck is the person who nobody gives a fuck about. So, I mean, it works out. Ellie said, did my message get censored? No, it didn't get censored. It didn't. But darts apparently are being left off. Because I didn't skip it. I went back into StreamYard. It wasn't there. So it's just like, okay. But yet it was on the YouTube side. So it's just weird. Except a corporation isn't a person. A corporation is a series of papers in a filing cabinet. Yes, but there are people who make the decisions in that corporation, and they tend to be psychopaths who only worry about money. Money, which the government can come around and say, oh, your money ain't shit. It ain't worth nothing. And I'm going to take it all away. Huh. I will, Shelly, I will help. The topic is withdrawing. Yeah, I know. He said, yeah, it wasn't there 4 times. Just weird. Yeah, no, but YouTube has been doing that. Like, even when I'm in chat, when I'm modding, all of a sudden it'll be like, YouTube has disconnected you from chat. I'm like, why? I got a wrench, bitch. Don't disconnect me from nothing. But it's like, all right, whatever. As far as withdrawing, wait, but that's not caring about nothing. That's hyper focusing on something. They do value something. Profit. That's true. That's true. But the whole not giving a fuck part enables that. It's the psychotic part that enables them to thrive. YouTube's a whore. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I fell asleep to Nick Ricada talking on YouTube, and I woke up and it was this video is not available. I was like, oh dear God, please let him have taken it down. Because if he got struck again, I can't deal with all the strikes and bullshit that go on. Quick, what's 18 by 23? I'm not mathing. It's before lunch. Like, what is wrong with you? I've been doing this 3 hours. Oh my God, I've been doing this 3 hours already. Anyway, my whole point about withdrawing is you figure in the last 6 weeks, this is what I've had to deal with in the last 6 weeks. I had a 2-week-long hospital stay where they blew out my fucking veins until they had to give me Xanax so I'd stop shaking. Yeah. I stopped listening last night. Nick's topic was boring as fuck. I didn't know the Maddox story, so I was into it. But then, like I was into it for 5 minutes. And I literally was like, oh yeah, I want to listen. And that was it. That was all she wrote. Like, I just sat down. My daughter came out to put the lotion on my legs and everything where I can't, bend my leg to reach because I have the compression things on. And so came out and I was just like, hey, can you? And she was like, yeah, wait 1 minute. She went to the bathroom, came back and said I was asleep. And like nothing happened. She was like, I didn't know what you wanted. So I just went to bed. I was like, oh, okay. And she said, Ellie said, not into drama. I love to hear when Nick feels like he's being vindicated because he's just so funny. But I listened to it this morning when I woke up, like some of it on Rumble, and I was just like, okay. I was like, this Maddox sounds like, an idiot. I said, but Dick, that's his name for a reason. He chose that name because he acts like one. And Nick is just rhyming with him. It's like, I love Nick. I love Nick. Some days, though, he opens his mouth and I'm like, but why? Why do you do this? Why? Just stop. Ellie said, I don't know who Maddox is and I don't care. I don't even like Masterson. He's cringe. Oh, he's cringe as fuck. He's a horrible human being. Like, he opens his mouth and just nonstop vitriol and bullshit just come pouring out. And that's fine. That's his shtick, man. It's what he does. But it's just not for me. Yeah, the only ass I'm willing to listen to on a regular basis is Nick. Yeah, so it's like, But like I said, in the last 6 weeks, 2-week hospital stay, blown, veins, lots of pain, nonstop pain. There have been spikes in the pain recently, like you guys noticed. I started compression therapy to make my leg swelling go down so I could walk. Unfortunately, that liquid's got to go somewhere, and it went into areas of my body that were not used to it, and kind of caused this big ass migraine, and caused 2 migraines, one on top of the other at the same time, which caused me to get violently sick and turn off all the lights in my house and wear earplugs for 3 days and a face mask, an eye mask, so I couldn't see light because it was horrible. Wait, I'm an ass and you listen to me regularly, T-Rex. I listen to you, but I don't do what you say. Just because I listen doesn't mean I'm going to do it. I just listen to you. Ellie, pee it out. I'm trying, but it's so much. And it's got to make its way through my whole system, parts of it, It's the lymph liquid. And so that's different. But yeah, it made me really, really sick. And I felt really weak. I still feel really weak. You have no idea how tired I am. And I'm trying to do stuff. I'm, getting up, take a shower, make the bed, whatever. I'm exhausted. I am exhausted. I'll do something for 10 minutes and have to sleep for 3 hours because it's just so much. And the amount of forgetting that I've been doing in the last week is really worrying for me. And it's brought me to tears more than once. And, luckily I have Winnie going, it's okay. It's okay. You're fine. It's okay. And I'm just okay. Because I don't tell myself that. I need somebody telling me it's going to be okay. You're going to be okay. And he does that for me. I can't do that. I can do that for everybody else. I can't do it for me. T-Rex, and you do what Nick says. Elton Doubt? Elton Doubt? I mean, I'm not exactly a big Elton John fan. I know you truly have listened to one person in the whole wide world. I truly have listened. You think I listen to one person? Yes, I listen to one person. I trust one person. I listen to one person. Blow his head up a little bit more, why don't you? Rabbit, the only thing that helps me is elevate my legs with a compression boot on for a couple of hours. Yeah, the thing is, the swelling is both legs from hip to toe. Harry Peters, oh, Shelly, you're going to make it. Thank you. Like Mary Tyler Moore, you're going to make it after all. Wolf Kinder, the exhaustion part of chronic illness is hard to deal with and hard to explain to others. Yeah, because they want you to get better. Come on, you got to get up, get moving, get better. Yeah, a full exercise routine for me is to get up, walk to the damn door, do something in the kitchen, come back, and I'm just my heart is pounding. I'm exhausted. And it's just oh my God, that took so much more energy than I had. Yes, I limit my salt intake. It's not water edema. I wish it was. I wish it was that easy. It's the lymphedema. It's, I talked about the other night on Discord. I tried the rebounding thing. I don't have a trampoline here, but I tried that in the hallway, holding on to the door frame and the bouncing on the balls of my feet. It really did feel good, but I could only do it for 20, 30 seconds. And then I was just exhausted. All my muscles were no. So I just have to work on the stamina, the mobility, and, the flexibility. T-Rex. Oh, see, why would you go there, T-Rex? He said, Shelly, you're good enough. You're strong enough. And gosh darn it, people like you.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with. Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, And doggone it, people like me.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Rabbit, it's lymphedema. Everything swells with lymphatic liquid. Yeah, mine just tends to be from the thigh down. I mean, but when it gets pushed out of there, it goes through my whole system and it messes me up. And I did it. I did it without, the doctor telling me to, but that's because I needed to walk. These doctors are content to leave me just sitting, and they're like, yeah, just take a Lasix and you'll be fine. Meanwhile, I'm killing my kidneys. So it's like the compression thing. I had to do it because they weren't gonna. I had to go through it. I had to find a way to do it. So I did, but there are consequences. There are side effects. And I just keep, I keep pushing myself to get through them, but I keep doing the compression. I just got to deal with what comes after. The migraines were really bad, but they passed. Now the exhaustion, I'm dealing with that. I have to get back to eating. That would be great. Like I'm sitting here drinking this coffee. It's literally, I had him give me a half a cup of coffee because I don't know if my stomach can tolerate it. And I've been drinking it for the last 3 hours. And you said, damn, I wish you can get to a pool 1 to 3 times a week. It changed my mother-in-law's life. Oh, yeah. No, I would love that. I would live in the water. I honestly would. I would live in a pool if you let me. Dog Hideous. Woo, fresh bong water. Suck it, kill, you bush leaguer superfood. Wolfie, I love Stuart Smalley. Yeah, especially, when he put my face on it. He did that for that drama triangle the other day as my intro. And the first thing I said when I got on screen was, I got on panel and I was like, you're a dick. Because he knows I hate it. But it's like, whatever. And you said I really have to quit smoking as much or I'm going to be fucked with my asthma. I know. I go there all the time. LASIK sucks. It does. But it does get rid of some of the... No, LASIK is eye surgery. LASIK is a diuretic, but it's a extreme diuretic. It's not like something that takes 4 or 5 hours to kick in. No, they give you LASIK and within a half an hour, you're just like, get out of my way, because you're peeing like a racehorse. It's just horrible. You will pee for 3-4 hours straight. But you'll shrink like a mother. You can physically sit there and watch somebody shrink when they're on Lasix. Yeah, it makes you pee every 5 minutes. In the hospital, it wasn't so bad because I had that, the sucky thing. But I didn't have to get up or whatever. It's diuretic too. Yeah, but I'm a lot more pleasant on Lasix than I am on whiskey. Although I'm fun on whiskey. Since LASIK, I learned the joy of depends in emergencies. Oh my goodness. No, I didn't do that. I just learned I'm just going to stay in the bathroom. I'm just going to stay in here. I'm not going far. Hey, Connie, go get the computer chair and put it in the hallway. He's like, why? Just in case. I'm just going to sit in the hallway. Elephant, turmeric and parsley helps with inflammation and diuretics. Yes, it does. I was on turmeric and it made my pee orange, and that was disconcerting. And I don't really like the color orange. Wolfkinder, there's a lot of regret. A lot of regret. Oh my God. Paging Dr. Freud. There's a lot of great info on a variety of conditions on YouTube channels. Bob and Brand, 2 goofy older physical therapists. I've gone to my docs with info I've gotten from their videos. Oh, I'll have to look into that. I'll write that down. Only 3 chores at bedtime. Yeah, Katie has to use them. I can still, run to the bathroom if I have to. It's just, we only have the one bathroom. So when Connor's in there, I'm like, you gotta move now. And he's like, I'm trying. I said, whatever house I buy, we're all getting our own bathrooms. I don't give a shit. I don't care if I have to do whatever to have that we're all getting our own bathrooms because I can't with the line. I just can't. Oh my God, Connor, please hurry. And it's always Connor, you have to hurry up. Because he just dies in there. Because he's got the iPad and he's just sitting there, pooping, just looking at videos, pretending that we even exist. And then he's like, oh my God. And he's got to go through the whole ritual because he's got the toilet paper and then he's got the, the Continental with the wipes and whatever. And it's just like, really? And yeah, I've had 3 kids. I've had to use those. I have a cold cough. Oh my God, yes. Like, I always thought that joke was so funny when they're like, oh, you always laughed at your mother when she crossed her legs and whenever she coughed or whatever. It's not so funny now, is it, bitch? I was like, no, not so funny now. It's really not. Guys don't have that problem. Darth Hideous Wolfkinder, Bob and Brad helped me fix my slip disc in my back. Oh, really? Those guys are great. I wonder what they know about sciatica. Jacob Pizza, I just stay away from doctors as much as possible. Less time I have to spend with overpaid liars, the better. Yeah, see, right now I'm fighting with my my general practitioner, because he insists on me going to his office. And I told him, how would you like me to fucking get there? I can't walk. And I can't use a wheelchair because they have this really beautiful decorative storefront. That's the front of their office space. And the doorway is super fucking narrow. You can't get a wheelchair through. You know how I know? Because I tried to push Katie through it and couldn't get through. Regular fucking wheelchair. She tried with the walker. She banged into each fucking door jam, and then there's a wall of nothing but glass. You know how many times I thought she was going to go head first through that thing? How many times she bumped that wall of glass? No, if I bump that wall of glass, my luck. I'm this hard head, I'm going to shatter it. And then I'll just be dead in the doctor's office because he's an ass who can't do a house call or a telehealth call. But, it's like, so we're fighting. We're fighting because he's a dick. And I'm looking for another doctor because I can't with this dude. You haven't helped me at all. You're just... Anyway. Lady Awesome said, turmeric used to be used as a dye in India. Turmeric stains everything. Yes, it sure does. Sure does. He is the most famous physical therapist on the internet. Yeah. And I've never heard of them. Okay, I gotta look them up. I love those guys. They taught me how to stop those leg cramps. Oh, nice. Darth, yes, Wolfie said. I said, well, there's stretches and my inversion table. Oh, you have an inversion table. Nice. Have we talked about withdrawing yet? Sometimes I feel like withdrawing from people when they don't give me what I expect from them. It seems unfair to them, especially when I'm just ghosting people. When I'm just ghosting people with what? Okay. Yeah, we talked about withdrawal. We talked about it a lot. In the beginning, I've been on here almost 4 hours. Oh, without explanation. There you go. Here's the thing. Sometimes when we withdraw, it's for self-preservation. Sometimes it's because things are overwhelming. And sometimes it's just because it hurts more to have to face that thing every day than it would be to just self-isolate. Withdrawing is not always a bad thing, but it's not a healthy thing most of the time. Withdrawing for little bits and pieces, sure. Withdrawing as a default, that's not good. When you withdraw as a default, which is something that I always did, you do tend to hurt a lot more people than just yourself. Because what you're doing is you're assuming things. You are assuming what they're thinking and what they're feeling and your place in their life rather than confronting it, rather than communicating and being open about it and discussing it. You're running away, and you're running away with what could be complete bullshit in your head. You're a lot like me, T-Rex. You overthink way too much. And it's very hard to do that and still be a part of the world, because you always feel like somebody's talking about you, or somebody doesn't like you, or somebody finds you wanting, or somebody, finds you as less. You're not going to find self-worth in overthinking. What you're going to find is more doubt and more negative, introspection, and more permissiveness, because you're giving yourself permission to disengage without going through the whole motion of ending a relationship. You're not reading the book all the way through. You're not watching the movie till the end. What you're doing is you're watching the first 5 minutes. You're assuming something is going to happen, and you're anticipating negative things. So you're going to turn it off, and you'll miss the whole thing because you're anticipating. You're nervous that something is in there is going to hurt you or upset you. So you avoid it. You withdraw from it and you go to something else. But guess what? The thing is, you're isolating yourself. That thing that was going to hurt you, that you thought was going to hurt you, that's not coming from another person. You're ascribing that to yourself. You're doing it to yourself. You are self-sabotaging. Because rather than them do it, you'd rather be preemptive about it. You're like, oh, everybody else has done this, which is a lie, because not everybody does the same thing. But maybe you've had too many experiences that end similarly or that hurt. So to keep yourself, going, you say, well, I'm just going to cut myself off now because I see it coming. I see it. I know it. I feel it. But that's usually you projecting that. It's a lesson I have to remind myself of every single day. Like, I look at those text messages from my friends and I'm like, God, I love you guys, but I just can't. There's something either they don't fit in my life right now, or I know that my friends, I can't be honest with them. So I don't want to talk to them. I can't be honest and tell them, oh, I'm feeling this for this person, or, oh, I support this agenda, or, oh, I believe in this political, affiliation, or this is my viewpoint, because they don't get it. And they're so on the other side of the spectrum from me now. I don't trust them with knowing how I've changed, how I've grown, because they're used to, traumatized me. They're used to the me who just hides everything and pushes it down and, puts on the brave face and does the, hey guys, what's up? And oh yeah, look at me, I'm the shit, whatever. Like, they're used to confident me. They're used to me being a force of nature, and I'm not like that anymore. I'm not tough all the time. I'm just not. I'm vulnerable a lot more than I ever was. I'm more easily hurt and will tell you that you hurt me. Rather than before, I wouldn't tell anybody they hurt me. I just lash out. I destroy you and walk away like you were nothing. Because now, you feel the way you made me feel. It was always an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. And I just don't have that anymore. I don't have it in me to fight every battle. And I don't want to. They want me to. They want me to live here forever. You can't leave. They don't understand. I mentioned once that I wanted to move down south. And my friend V was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Well, like, why would you do that? It was like Virginia's as south as we got. Like, we're not going further than Virginia. I was like, no, like, I want to go south. Like, I want to get the fuck out of here. I want to be where people are, they believe the same things that I do. I want to go somewhere where I can have a house and have a little land And nobody's going to think that I'm this recluse. They're going to understand she's just enjoying her land, living her life by herself. Like, leave her alone. Like, they understand what privacy is. Nobody here understands privacy. We live on top of one another. We're sardines in a can. Like, they don't get it. And they're like, oh, but you wouldn't be able to get a decent pizza. Oh, shut up. I can make my own pizza. Like, you really think, like, food is going to keep me here? Well, wouldn't you miss New York? No. Well, you'd miss the convenience. No, I wouldn't. They act like as soon as you step out of the tri-state area, everything is just like, you know, like caveman times. Like, oh my God, you're going to be in the Wild West and you'll be a pioneer. No, they have running water and toilets. Like, stop it. Like, when I moved to Kansas, they thought, oh my God, she's insane. Why would she do that? Oh my God, how is she living? How is she getting anywhere? Like, they really pictured me out on like Aunt M's fucking farm in the middle of Wizard of Oz. And I'm like, dude, it wasn't like that. Like, yeah, there were cornfields and shit, but I lived where other people lived. Like, you know, like there was a Sam's Club at the corner. There was a Kroger like a mile down the road. There was everything was there. We had a Taco Bell right there. There was a McDonald's right across from it. You know, we had Einstein bagels. Maybe I didn't have Wonder bagels, but I had Einstein bagels. There was Starbucks instead of Dunkin' Donuts. You know, there was Krispy Kreme instead of Dunkin' Donuts. There was Starbucks. There was everything that I wanted was there, but they couldn't imagine it because they can't picture living outside of this place. Hoboken is a part of me. And I am a Jersey girl. Till the day I die, I will be a Jersey girl. And that is apparent in so many things that I say and do. But that doesn't mean that life doesn't move forward. It doesn't mean that I don't want to try different things and I don't want to live in different places and know different people. I need a change. I lived half a century here. Can I be done now? Can I move on? Apparently not. They don't want me to. And it makes me angry and I don't want to talk to them. But then they come back with the cute little text, hey, boo. You okay, boo? Like, and I get mad because it's like you lure me in with this nice conversation, this, oh, I miss you, whatever. And then you hit me with, I don't understand why you talk to these people. And I listen to your podcast. Can't believe you like Trump. And it's just like nonstop. And I'm like, okay, first of all, shut the fuck up. Second of all, shut the fuck up. Because I just don't want to talk to you now. Because now you aggravated me. I don't come at you for being a fucking liberal. Do I come at you for like, being all, oh, Biden is great. He's retarded and demented. Like, stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to me. Y'all made me, don't think I'm not resentful because these are the fuckers that made me get the jib jab. I got it and look where I'm at because of it. If they'd have just left me the fuck alone, I would have been fine. I would have been living my life the same way I always did. But again, God does everything for a reason. I never would have been on YouTube. Ever. If I hadn't gotten sick. If I wasn't in this place. I wouldn't have met the people that I've met. So yes, sometimes withdrawing is not necessary, but it's the easier choice until you can face everything. You just got to make sure that you don't get stuck there. Because if you do and you become apathetic, it's going to be triple the fight coming back into the world. And the world's going to look scarier. It's going to be louder and it's going to be more intrusive and it's going to be so overwhelming that you're going to want to be like, oh, fuck it, withdrawing is easier. But it's not. Withdrawing made everything else harder. So, I mean, I know I have to be aware enough to keep myself in the present and to keep on communicating and talking about things and having the hard conversations. I have to push myself to do the things that I'm like, well, I could go do that or I could just lay here and take a nap. Naps are the devil, y'all. I don't know. I love naps, but I love them to the degree that I don't even need to be tired. I'm like, you know what? Nap sounds great right about now. Now, see, if there was somebody here, you know, like a partner or something, there would be no napping. It would just be fucking all the time. But I don't. So, you know, I don't want to get friction burn. So naps it is. What you call it? Inversion table is Bay. Anywhere is in Florida. That's so true, Jacob. I refuse to go. They're incompetent 90% of the time. You don't see a doctor, but a nurse practitioner. Mm-hmm. At this point, I wouldn't mind. Dartidius, they know a lot about sciatica. Oh, good. I'll look into them. Shelly can't even with her dog. I can't even with this fucker. Lady Awesome, I use turmeric to reduce inflammation. Side note, always use table pepper when you... Really? You want to tell me why? Because I mean, send me something. Like, DM me with whatever information you have. Because I have the turmeric, but it wasn't working the way I was hoping it would. It was just a lot of orange pee, and it was very disconcerting. Dartidius, I got it for my birthday. It's way up there on the best present ever list. Nice. See, with me, I just drown in lymph liquid right now, so I can't do it. Bob and Brad do giveaways sometimes, like massage guns. I got a massage gun. It's still in the box because that fucker looks dangerous. First of all, why would you make a massager in the, like, it looks like a drill, like a hand drill. It makes me like, every time I like look at the box, I'm like, if I try to like massage my legs, I feel like I'm going to put holes in my legs. Really fun. Sorry, I got triggered from the pooping comment. Kidding. Sometimes you want to go where nobody knows your name. Yeah, well, sometimes. Rabbit, just be you, Shelly. People will surprise you. People always surprise me. Just not always for the better. I have y'all though. I'm not, I don't mean, I know it comes out corny or whatever whenever I say it, or at least it feels like it comes out corny, but I do love y'all. I depend on you. You guys are the only reason I showed up today. Because I woke up at 6. I woke up an hour before my alarm was supposed to go off, which really pissed me off. But I had a good sleep, but that was just like sitting in the chair going, I didn't script anything. I didn't, like, sometimes I feel like I'm going to run out of shit to talk about. And then I get up here and 4 hours later, I'm like, oh, that didn't happen. I was like, all right. Today's Little House on the Prairie. Listen, I loved Kansas. I did. I had an amazing job. I had amazing friends when I was there. Like genuine people. The prices were good. It was beautiful, weather most of the time, even though you had all 4 seasons in one day. I'm used to that, like in Jersey. But the air was clean. There were little animals all around. My daughter really enjoyed it. But with him being the way he was, I was so beat up. I couldn't come home. So once the opportunity came, and it was because of somebody else, it was for Katie, coming home was the only thing that made sense. So that's what we did. But I did love Kansas. I did love it. Despite my marriage, I loved it. I loved the people, the food, the shopping, just being able to be outside. I loved that there was a creek behind my house. And I could go down to that little creek, and there were little chipmunks and little like field mice, and there was a big ass hawk, and there were always rabbits, and there were a lot of deer out by me. But I mean, I could go back and like see all that, and I could be around that, and it was amazing. And it was so different from here. It was so peaceful. I wouldn't have come home if it wasn't for what he did. I would have just stayed there. Darth Hideous. Wait, I skipped. T-Rex, imagine staying in one place for more than a week, right? You're just all over the fucking place. You are nomadic. But, there is that thing where you don't pay property tax. There is that. I mean, you don't minimize that. That's important. It's very, very, very important. Damn it. But you know what?
Don't go to Jersey. Somebody gonna ask you to go to Jersey, visit them in Jersey. A long lost friend, don't go to Jersey. Don't go to Jersey. You're gonna get hit by a bus. Okay? Don't do that. Okay. Don't do that. Good.
Some things are evil, but
That makes me the devil.
that was a nice little throwback. And just because I like to make myself happy. I think that's one of Nerd's best dances, don't you? I love that dance. Oh man, now I lost my spot. God damn it. Going back. Really fun. Don't tell people there's stuff outside. Don't need more transplants. Though my town has none of those things. Yeah. Most people don't know what it's like to live where the population isn't even 5,000 people. Just remember, Ellie, my town is 1 square mile. That means it is a virtual square, it is a literal square, 1 mile from north to south to east, whatever. Like the whole square thing, like all the sides are 1 mile. We are 55,000 people strong in that 1 mile. There are more people here than in most counties in the West, like the upper Northwest. Dad said, and now look at you finding your people. Yeah, but my people are scattered everywhere. I have people I connect with in Australia, friggin' all over Europe, and, well, as it turns out, in Asia. I love me some Max Mira. In the South, in the West, in South America, Africa, all over the fucking place. Because the world is just, it's a lot smaller than it used to be. People far, far away are reachable. You hear from all these different people. Living in Hoboken is worse than living in a fishbowl. Because it's the same people over and over. And when you change, they notice. They don't like it. And they will tell you about yourself. And they'll be like, why are you being fake? We don't think like that. It's a collective we. We don't think like that. You're a BNR, which is born and raised. You're a Hoboken BNR. We don't think like that. We don't act like that. We don't follow those kind of things. We don't, go on this side of that. We don't, vote for this type of. It's we. No, bitch, it's me. I am me. I am not we. We as a town are not fucking married. We are not sharing the brain. I have my own, thanks. And I finally had started using it. And they didn't like that. So yeah, I withdrew. Because if they knock on my door, I'm fucked. My kids will answer the door. I won't. They can knock on the door all they want with me in here. I don't give a shit. But my kids will answer the door. Connor especially. He'll be like, no, I can't take it. And that'll be it. Jacob, speaking of Biden and the libs, I heard that the chairman of the... Oh, I'm so sorry. See, I'm like this. I need a nap after this. I know I ain't going to get one. Speaking of Biden and the libs, I heard that the chairman of the Fed is on Time's Person of the Year shortlist. Nice. Have you heard a more cruel joke? Everything sounds like a cruel joke, only they're not fucking funny. Didn't the Times put the little mustache man as Person of the Year? I wouldn't be surprised. T-Rex, Shelly can nap and continue a conversation. And it's only slightly less coherent than usual. He said yes, that also happens. Lady Awesome said T3, the black pepper activates it. Oh, I didn't know that. To be fair, person of the year doesn't mean you did a good thing, just that you're largely influenced the world. Yeah, well, our woman of the year was Mulvaney, so I mean, our woman of the year had a penis and a really annoying personality. So yeah, I don't trust any of these award bullshits. That's like when they used to do aide of the year in school or teacher of the year. And I got teacher of the year and I was like, I don't want it. And the principal he was all fucking offended. He was like, we gave it. Exactly. You gave it to me. It's not because I am the teacher of the year, because we have one in each fucking school, which is ridiculous. But it was a popularity contest and I won. You knew I would fucking win. So it means nothing to me. I don't want it. And he was like, you're really turning it down. I'm really turning it down because it's a bullshit fucking award. I know what kind of teacher I am. My kids all know what kind of a teacher I am. I don't need you to get your 15 minutes of fucking fame standing in front of the board of ed saying, oh, I'm a wonderful principal because look at this awesome teacher that I have. Like, no, fuck you. Find somebody else. And he did. He did. He was offended like you wouldn't believe, but he did. It was like, oh, well, I don't want it. Go give it to one of the ones that needs it for their ego. I don't. And sure enough, somebody else came and sucked that shit up. And she was like, and I didn't want to tell you. It was mine first. I never told anybody. But they were highly fucking offended that they offered me their person of the year. And it was like, no, fuck you. Because I knew it was bullshit. Don't pretend. We both know how good I am at my job and we know what an asset I am. But you're never going to let me know that you appreciate it. Because that would give me power. God forbid. Morale is power. They don't want you to feel any good morale about yourself. They want to give you this piece of shit that is a crap award based on crap friggin' statistics or whatever. Like the basis for picking you is just because, oh, well, we just like her the best. We want her to be happy because, we don't want her to be bitchy. Fuck you. To be fair, person of the year doesn't mean you did a good thing, just that you're largely influenced. Okay, I read that. I'm sure they'll spin it so that he's some kind of saint. Of course. Of course. It is corny. Just saying. Yep. Lady Awesome said black pepper contains a compound piperine, which inhibits the metabolic breakdown of turmeric compounds in the gut and liver. Oh, okay. T-Rex. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And you're always glad you came. I'd be happy to come too. Chelly T3, you always have a home in Kansas. Oh, Rabbit, you're so sweet. I love you. 357, what's up? What is up, my dude? I haven't seen you in forever. Hope you're doing well. Ellie grows too many people. Shelly. I don't know how many miles my town is, but it's huge, spread out, less than 5K people, and good shopping is a 1 to 2 hour drive. That's the thing. I love driving, so the drive doesn't bother me. It really fucking doesn't. I will drive as much as you want to. If somebody showed up here and been like, you know what, you want to drive cross country? Let's go. Let's go. It's not like I got a job. Let's go. And you said I have to get going. My kids are here. Love you, Shelly and chat. Love you, Inya. Have a good time. Don't kill them. Make sure they're good. Make sure they're good to you. Be good to your mother. 357. Shelly said, "Whole broken." So well. Thank you. It's the land of broken hoes. Don't you know that? Groupthink is very, very dangerous. It is. It is very dangerous, and it's very stifling. You can't grow that way. You just can't. You can't be open to new ideas. You can't be wrong. Oh my God. Could you imagine? Like, there's just no way. There's no way you're allowed to be wrong. Don't have the wrong thing, because they will string you up for it. Rabbit, gotta go, turn computer off so I can sleep. Yes, go to sleep. I'm gonna end this in a few minutes because we're reaching the 4-hour mark and everybody's got to go have lunch. But I love that we had such a good morning together. I know it's been hit or miss with me lately with the health issues, but when I can't sleep and when I'm trying to do things, just everything collides. And you going to be a reinforcement with 2 kids under 3 in the grocery store. Nice. I'm going to have a blast and my daughter's going to go nuts. Oh, it's fun being the grandma, isn't it? 357. Jesus, Shelly. What? You're going to have to be more specific because everything I say usually gets a Jesus Shelley or you need Jesus Shelley or fucking Michelle. Like, that's always the reaction I get. Darth Hideous, I didn't even notice 357 arrived. Sup, homie? Wolfkinder, I was contacted to have the name printed in Who's Who's psychic book for a price. Every time I see that on someone's credentials, I know how fake they are. Don't you love that? They're like, you know what? We have this book that we put together, and if you pay this, you'll be put on, and you can put it on your resume, and you'll get more jobs. Shut up. They're like, oh, it's got a lot of weight. No, it doesn't. 357 is way too late, lost in the translation. Oh, whatever. Ellie, lunch. Crap, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Either have I. But then again, last night I was talking winning. I was like, I'm getting a headache. I'm getting cranky. I haven't eaten in like 24 hours. What the hell? And he was like, why? I was like, because I'm not eating a lot lately because my stomach can't handle it. Because when I had migraine, I was just endlessly thrown up. It was horrible. Like, if you made one noise in the house, it was like somebody put a spike through my entire head, and it was bleh. So, yeah, eating was not high on my list. Just the thought of how loud the chewing would have been inside my head was enough to make me sick. So, yeah, now my stomach is trying to, like, get back online. But I do need to eat at some point. Really fun. You can get migraines from not eating too, Shelly. Yeah, but I wasn't eating because of the migraines. I know the migraine was a combination of, that time of the month is coming and the rush of fluid that I pushed out of my legs because my head was just, it was horrible. It was in the front of my head, which is never ever where I get my migraines. Nerd, speaking of lunch, I'm going to go get a pizza and find a nice lake spot to eat it at. That sounds very nice, nerd. It's very nice. Lady, I'm eating deviled eggs. Ooh. Wolfie, I double that. Ooh, deviled egg. I love deviled eggs. They don't love me, but I love them. My lake is full at Outpost Nerd. There you go. So, T-Rex, I hope I talked about the withdrawing. We could always talk about it in private if you want. I'm sure we will. But, like, all these things that I've been through in the last couple of weeks, they've made me, and it's not just the medical. The whole thing happened with old acquaintances. That was a whole big drama that I didn't want to be involved in, but I sat on the side and I watched. And if I had something to say, I wasn't going to say it. But luckily, I have somebody who's willing to fight for me. And, he put my info out there and he said, no, this is bullshit. Like, No, like this is what happened. So I had that, but it was still stressful. I have family issues. The holidays are coming up. There's money issues. I just bought groceries for $320. And I think it was like half of what I normally buy for less money. So like I spent double. And I can't do that. And I have a 17-year-old. He'll eat us out of house and home. So it's like it gets difficult. Everything is piling up. And I wasn't getting what I needed, I guess, to keep engaging. So I started like really like just pulling back. And I stopped answering text messages. I stopped answering DMs. I stopped answering phone calls. And I just turned everything off. And yeah, it's what I needed at the time. But it's a lot harder to re-engage afterwards. Pulling up to the job site. Later, everyone. Talk soon. 3:57. It's wacky season. Nerd, you have a lot of people who are willing to fight for you. Thank you, nerd. I know that. And it means a lot to me. It does. But like I said, I really just trust one big mouth to step up and fight for me. Elephant. Holy crap, Shelly. No withdrawing this time of year is hard for a lot of people. It is. It's hard for a lot of people, but it's really hard to get up here and try to like rally for people. Because I can't always get up here and I can't say, hey guys, I'm low. I feel like I can't do it. I can't allow myself to do it. For me, that's such a cringe. Like for me, I'll do it when I have absolutely no alternative. But withdrawing is sometimes my alternative. And I had to withdraw. I had to block out all the sound and I had to, deal with what I was dealing with physically. And, then I had to push myself to be like, okay, there are people out there who care that you care about. Go care about them, and stop dwelling on how bad you feel right now because you need the distraction of not worrying about it. Streaming, when I'm on here, when I'm live, I feel great because all my energy is directed toward you guys. That's all it is. It's all directed toward you guys. But getting to that point where I actually hit the live, it can take some time. It can take more oomph than I have. Elephant. Shelly, have you considered a call-in show? I have. I just haven't worked it out yet. I play with it all the time in my head, and I never actually do it. But we'll get there. We will. If you have ideas, send them to me. You're with me in Discord now. Send them to me, and we can talk about it. It's call-in shows have their own their own dangers. But I do, I love coming here 3-4 times a week. I love the show with Winning. I love talking to you guys. I love discussing things. It's just sometimes I feel like I get up here and all I'm doing is preaching. Like all I'm doing is just talking to the void, even though I know you guys appreciate the conversation and you interact, which I don't know what I'd do if you didn't. It's still hard. It's hard to put yourself out there and like be like, all right, nobody's going to judge when somebody might. I've been very lucky in my chats. You guys are protective. You're not attack chats. I've been in chats where like somebody will say something on panel and they just go for it. And I'm just like, I have that sick little gleeful, malicious, when I see them do it, when I don't like the person. But if I like the person, I always feel terrible. Elephant, you need a sidekick sometimes. Yeah, sometimes I do. Sometimes I need a sidekick and sometimes I need a kick in the ass. Yeah, it depends. It depends on my mood, but we'll get there. We'll get there, and then I will get to the point where I have a better idea. I have to work it through. You should know me by now. I have to see it from every single angle in my head before I actually put it into motion. More than likely, somebody else is going to make me put it into motion. Darth Hideous. I mean, she doesn't speak for me. Who doesn't speak for you? I don't think anybody can speak for you, Darth. I called you Dark. I'm so sorry. I got Freudian slips like a motherfucker today. Nerd. Love you, Shelly. Later, y'all. Later, nerd. Darth Hideous, I identify as an AH-64 attack helicopter in chat. That's not true. That's not true. You're not always like that. Pop, don't preach. I'm in trouble deep. Oh, that song. My grandmother wouldn't even let me sing that song in the house. Like, I'd be like, she'd be like, I hear you. When she found out what the damn thing was about. I remember when the eggplant happened to the egg. Oh, the tallywhacker. So he calls it. He was like, just wild tallywhacker. Just jumping on the screen. Yeah, you got to be careful. Shelly got Madonna in my head. Thanks. You're welcome. Papa, don't preach. I'm in trouble deep. Go ahead. I made up my mind. Keeping my baby. Oh, my grandmother. If she only knew. If she only knew. It'll be fine. Darth Hideous. Negative. That is taken. Also with the profile pic that resembles a not always. Darth said fueling for ammo was expensive. Mm-hmm. So I hear. All right. It is 12:16 and we have been here over 4 hours. I love you guys, but I do need to get something to eat and I need to pee. It's just, I got stuff that I got to do this afternoon, unfortunately. Jacob said, I doubt you'd have quite so many issues, Shell. I'm sure some of us swear like sailors, but nobody wants to see you get yeeted here. Thank you. That's very, very sweet of you. It is. And it does mean a lot to me. You all mean a lot to me. On that note, I am going to go out and I am going to play my intro because I love it so much and because Winnie hasn't made me an outro yet. Eventually he'll get on that, but it is what it is. I'm just fucking with him. He's got a lot to do. He's a busy man. I love you guys. It was a fun chat, Michelle. Well, fun and deep and all that shit. Of course. So you guys take care of one another. Take care of yourselves. Love you all. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and see side lights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. situation. Got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat